Chapter 1667. Du Xiaofu ignored Qin Wudi's words. Golden light surged in his eyes, and the surging profound energy in his body was like a giant rock waking up from its slumber. As the profound energy surged in his body, a vast and domineering aura shot up into the sky. The beast energy of the golden-winged Great Rock clan, huh? Humans are still far from being able to cultivate beast energy. It will ruin your entire life. However, from today onwards, you will not live for the rest of your life. Qin Wudi looked at Du Xiaofu indifferently. He was not surprised by the domineering aura. He had long known about the relationship between Du Xiaofu and the golden-winged Great Rock clan. Du Xiaofu looked at Qin Wudi, and a slight smile appeared on his face. With a hint of mockery, he said, "Legalism's people, other than relying on the tiger's might to intimidate others, are the rest of the legalism's people all chatterbox? Most of your people are already dead. Where did you get the confidence to give advice to me?" The instant Du Xiaofu's words fell, everyone in the square was stunned. Then, they secretly laughed and looked at the people of legalism with a different kind of smile. However, no one dared to laugh out loud. Even Su Yangzi, Kong Sansi, and the others only covered their mouths and smiled. At this moment, Qin Wudi's handsome face was completely cold. Killing intent surged in his magnificent eyes as he stared at Du Xiaofu. He said in a deep voice, "You will regret your words. What a long-tongued person." The instant Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the illusory great rock golden wings behind his back completely spread out. The rock soared to the 9 heavens, and a domineering aura swept through the void, climbing to the peak. Way of the tyrannical fist. Du Xiaofu's figure broke through the air like a bolt of lightning. He punched out, and the sound of a dragon's roar and a divine elephant's roar erupted. Lightning flashed faintly in front of his fist, and accompanied by a sonorous sound of breaking through the air, it shattered the void and blasted towards Qin Wudi. His attack was so domineering and fierce, and he looked down on the world. The hearts of countless experts in the surroundings trembled, and they were secretly moved. Heaven-breaking finger. Qin Wudi made his move. With an extremely cold expression, he waved his hand, and the power of the surrounding area gathered. A fingerprint swept out. Chi. The fingerprint swept across the sky, forming a terrifying storm, forming a crazy tearing force. The runes were resplendent, and the void in front of the fingerprint was like the ground in an earthquake. Cracks appeared in the void, causing the entire void to tremble. Legalism's heaven-breaking finger is already close to a saint-rank martial skill. What a Qin Wudi! When that finger appeared, it caused everyone to exclaim in admiration. Du Xiaofu's punch is also astonishing. Its origin must be extraordinary. Everyone could also feel that Du Xiaofu's punch contained an incomparably domineering power. One fist and one finger suddenly collided with each other at lightning speed, but they didn't really collide. Everything was because of the terrifying speed of the two. Qin Wudi's figure was like lightning, and he quickly dodged Du Xiaofu's punch. The fist brushed past his shoulder, and a lot of the hair on the back of his head was broken. Chi. But at the same time, his finger imprint flew out, and the space distorted and collapsed. However, this finger imprint only pierced through the void near Du Xiaofu's ear. At the moment when they collided, that terrifying finger imprint that could pierce through the void made Du Xiaofu's immortal Xian body feel a chill. Chi la la, dodging with a finger, Du Xiaofu loosened his fist. His tyrannical fist turned into a dazzling light that transformed into the grass of immortality, enveloping Qin Wudi and devouring his vitality. Feeling the power of the grass of immortality, Qin Wudi moved his toes and moved horizontally in the void. The momentum on his body surged and turned into a strange power that condensed into a terrifying vortex. Rumble, there were stars spinning within the vortex. Resplendent runes flickered like arcs of lightning, devouring all living things and shattering their vitality. If it wanted to devour the grass of immortality, it would directly devour it. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of the vortex. Golden light shot out from his eyes, and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. It shook the void as if there was a thunderstorm roaring. The aura surged and shook the void. At the same time, Du Xiaofu raised his head and let out a roar that sounded like the roar of a dragon or the cry of a divine elephant. Ow 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 ow. At this moment, the entire space rumbled. Countless loud roars reverberated through the sky, and it was like a series of thunderclaps from the 9 heavens that resounded through the world. Rumble, the sound waves swept out like a tsunami, accompanied by a golden rune energy ripple. It was like a surging ocean that spread out, causing the vortex condensed by Qin Wudi to instantly collapse. How terrifying! Looking at the void, the living beings in the square trembled. If it were not for the mighty force supporting the void of the square would have been destroyed. Brat, you're still too young. Just as the terrifying vortex collapsed, Qin Wudi's cold voice rang out. His peerless figure wrapped in resplendent light rushed out from the collapsing vortex. An energy beam fell from his palm like a meteor, creating dazzling sparks in the void as it swept towards Du Xiaofu. Is that so? Du Xiaofu sneered. Golden light erupted as he stretched out his hand. The great rock's chaos-shattering claw distorted the void in front of him, turning into a golden claw mark in the void. The phantom of a golden-winged rock flapped its wings in the claw mark, directly blocking that brilliant energy beam. The beam of light was blocked in the sky like a meteor. The terrifying power contained in it caused Du Xiaofu's body to tremble, but it was then completely blocked. The rock's chaos-shattering claw began to distort the beam of light, wanting to crush it in the void. If I say you're too young, then you're too young. Qin Wudi coldly shouted. The blocked beam of light suddenly trembled violently, and it actually cracked on its own. Then, under the gaze of countless people, it turned into an overwhelming amount of energy arrows that burst out, covering the void. Some of the energy arrows were blocked by Du Xiaofu's chaos-shattering claw, but even more energy arrows pierced through the void and instantly arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. Little Taoist, Du Xiaofu opened his mouth, and a bright light erupted from his body. The golden-winged rock's shadow behind him suddenly burst out with a dazzling golden light, spreading out like golden lightning. Dazzling golden runes swept out, like tens of thousands of feathers flying together, soaring into the sky. True Rock's Fury. A loud shout came from Du Xiaofu's mouth. This was the true Rock's Fury that he comprehended in the true rock space before entering the divine domain. Tens of thousands of feathers flew together, like tens of thousands of arrows flying together, turning into streaks of golden light in the void. Clang, 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 the energy light arrows that blotted out the sky and covered the earth were blocked by Du Xiaofu. When they collided with the golden light symbol puppet's body, low and deep explosive sounds seemed to connect together as he blocked all of them. Under the dumbfounded expressions of everyone, they saw countless light rain pouring down from the void. Immature. Suddenly, the earth-shattering light rain poured down in torrents. From the energy arrows, Qin Wudi's figure appeared. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and it was as if he had distorted a part of the void. An unbelievable energy fluctuation spread out from that fist, and it was filled with a violent pressure. Breaking the law, I'll take your life. It was almost close at hand. Qin Tianji's killing intent was not concealed, and a punch blasted out. This punch was Qin Wudi's true killing move. Under countless gazes, this punch brought about a phenomenon of heaven and earth. Runes interweaved, and divine light overflowed into the sky. It caused the void to collapse, and Du Xiaofu's true rock's fury collapsed. Sure enough, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Qin Wudi's killing move was hidden too deeply. Some people sighed in astonishment. The series of exchanges between the two sovereigns was fast and fierce. However, Qin Wudi hid too deeply. His series of attacks was just for the final killing move. This kind of confrontation did not only rely on strength, but also on reaction and experience. In layman's terms, if two people with the same cultivation and strength were to win, the one with the richer battle experience would definitely win. However, just as everyone's eyes were trembling, light spread out from Du Xiaofu's palm, resplendent and dazzling. Runes flickered, quietly containing a destructive fluctuation that made people's hearts tremble. Chapter 1668. Gold, black, and silver runes covered Du Xiaofu's palm, forming a crystal-clear palm that was filled with destructive power. Without any hesitation, it collided with the former's fist. This was a true collision. A fist and a palm collided head-on. In an instant, the entire void trembled. At this moment, the void above the square was also in chaos. All kinds of dazzling runes drowned out everything, and the void directly cracked with a series of ka sounds. Jie, it's not bad. Unfortunately, it's not enough. Die! Qin Tian shouted. That fist was too terrifying. Accompanied by a terrifying phenomenon, it caused the sun and moon to sink. Du Xiaofu's three-colored palm print dissipated. As the runes shot out, the space became chaotic, and an energy storm swept in all directions. Rumble, in such a collision, a pitch-black halo appeared in the void where the palm and fist collided. It was like a black hole, swallowing everything. This scene made the people below dumbfounded. Their hearts jumped, and their faces changed. Finally, Du Xiaofu's three-colored palm print was destroyed. It was condensed from the 3 seals of the 4 divisions seal, and it contained 3 kinds of martial arts. At this moment it was unable to withstand the killing fist that Qin Wudi had prepared. The runes shone brightly, and the void was in chaos. Everywhere was drowned out by the resplendent light. Qin Wudi's fist also suffered a huge consumption. The light dimmed a lot, and its power was also weakened a lot. Boom. However, after this fist shattered the 3-colored palm print on Du Xiaofu's palm, it still fiercely collided with Du Xiaofu's palm. Is it really not enough? When the fist collided with Du Xiaofu's palm with the power of the world, a purplish gold light spread out from Du Xiaofu's palm. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint sneer. In an instant, a purplish gold lightning that was difficult to detect swept out from his palm. Chi-la-la, arcs of lightning filled the surroundings. When the fist collided with Du Xiaofu's palm, the surrounding void also exploded one after another. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of divine might was this? To be able to cause such a shocking scene. Wait, in such a collision, the entire void trembled. Du Xiaofu staggered back a few steps, blood dripping from his palm. This was the blood of a supreme being, and it carried with it a type of heaven and earth force. It was resplendent and condensed without scattering, releasing powerful energy fluctuations. The eyes of many experts below shone brightly. They were secretly making preparations. If they wanted to collect this kind of supreme blood, it would be an absolute treasure. It was just that the supreme being's blood dimmed in midair before disappearing into the air above the ancient, modeled plaza, making it impossible for anyone to find it. Du Xiaofu is bleeding. Someone cried out in alarm. There were still traces of blood on Du Xiaofu's palm that had not dissipated. He was bleeding from Qin Wudi's punch. He's already very strong. Under Qin Wudi's killer move, he only bled. Some experts exclaimed. Under such circumstances, the demon king Du Xiaofu only bled from his palm. I'm afraid that the cultivators of the outer realms, even those at the peak of the Nirvana realm among the supreme Nirvana realm, would not be able to withstand Qin Wudi's killing blow with just a bleeding palm. Many experts sighed inwardly. Qin Wudi is really unrivaled. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. Many people were shocked. That middle-aged man called Qin Wudi had swept through his peers 30 years ago, and no one could match him. Now, he was still unrivaled in this world. In the void, Qin Wudi was standing quietly. Just now, when the fist and palm collided, his figure didn't move at all. His hair fluttered behind his head, and his eyes were suffused with divine light, resplendent and terrifying. From Qin Wudi's body, there was a kind of imperial dragon aura quietly pervading the air, revealing an unrivaled posture and peerless elegance. So strong. Some of the middle-aged women were overwhelmed with emotions at this moment. Their expressions changed as ripples appeared in their hearts. Third Uncle Wudi is unrivaled in this world. Who can be his opponent? Within the legalism's lineup, many disciples raised their arms and cheered. Qin Wudi's punch made Du Xiaofu bleed, causing their hearts to boil. After being suppressed and dealt with by the desolate country for the past few months, these legalism disciples couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Du Xiaofu slaughtered the legalism's strongest generation. Even a supreme like Han Ningma was completely beheaded. The other legalism disciples were also encircled and annihilated by Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling, and the others, causing the legalism disciples to be unable to breathe. At this moment, Qin Wudi's unrivaled posture swept across with a kind of peerless elegance. This caused the entire legalism, regardless of whether it was the younger generation or the older generation, to feel their blood boiling. Qin Wudi concealed his identity and became a human emperor at the age of 5. The imperial dragon aura refined his body and forged his foundation. At the age of 15, he became a martial emperor, and at the age of 18, he became a martial emperor. This is an unrivaled posture. Although that little bastard obtained an extraordinary opportunity and was able to reverse the situation, how can he compare to the true unrivaled of our legalism? Within the legalism group, an elder's heart trembled, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Legalism didn't lack descendants. Recently, there were people secretly mocking legalism for not keeping Du Xiaofu and giving up on a supreme nirvana realm cultivator. However, legalism, with just Qin Wudi alone, was already unrivaled among his peers. He was destined to lead legalism to glory in the future. At this moment, these legalism elders were secretly laughing. It was laughable that these people didn't know that their legalism originally only wanted to obtain the glory of legalism from that little bastard. For this reason, losing an uncontrollable little bastard was nothing. Legalism didn't lack him, and legalism didn't lack descendants who could carry the banner of legalism. How could an uncontrollable outer sect member compare to one of their own? Legalism came from the ancient era, one of the 9 great clans. Our soul and bloodline have the imprint of our legalism ancestors. That little bastard deserves to die, let Qin Wudi end him. A legalism elder who came in revealed a cold gaze with surging killing intent. The Demon King was almost injured in the end. Qin Wudi is so powerful. Many voices came from all around as they sighed. Ignorant, hearing the discussions around him, Jialo Jueyu glanced at the square below, his eyes glowing with a golden light. Jialo Jueyu was very clear that the blood didn't belong to the golden-winged Peng clan. The one who was injured was definitely not the young clan leader. Not good, that Demon King seems to be injured. In the farmer's clan, some disciples sighed softly. They naturally hoped that the Demon King Du Xiaofu could win, but the result at this moment was not something they wanted to see. Your eyesight is not good enough. The one who is injured is Qin Wudi. The Demon King Du Xiaofu is unharmed. Zhou Xiaoluo said to the farmer's clan disciples behind her, her eyes rippling with light. Drip, as Zhou Xiaoluo's voice fell, blood dripped down from the sky. At this moment, everyone saw that the blood came from Qin Wudi's fist. Several drops of blood were filled with resplendent light, containing intense energy fluctuations as they dripped down. In the air, Du Xiaofu swept his sleeve, and the blood on his palm disappeared. His crystal-clear palm was suffused with a purple-gold color, and he wasn't injured at all. It's not the Demon King Du Xiaofu's blood, it's Qin Wudi who was injured. He was injured by the Demon King Du Xiaofu. In an instant, the people in the square seemed to have discovered something inconceivable, and they exclaimed in surprise. Swish swish, suddenly, everyone's gaze gathered on Qin Wudi's fist. His fist was filled with light, but if one looked carefully, they could still see that there were arcs of electricity flowing in all directions. There were some cracks on his fist, and blood was flowing out. This is impossible, how can this be? When they saw the blood flowing out from Qin Wudi's fist, the legalism disciples who were feeling proud and elated just a moment ago suddenly turned pale. Their eyes twitched as they stared ahead, trembling. It was as if they had fallen from heaven to hell. Ridiculous, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoyao, Su Muxin, Qi Yeshi, and Ouyang Xuan all had calm gazes. When they saw the legalism disciples' expressions change, they couldn't help but laugh. Qin Wudi stood in the air, and after a few drops of blood dripped down from his fist, he didn't continue. Although he was the one who had just been injured, Qin Wudi still appeared to be out of the ordinary. His existence, no matter when and where, was always dazzling and resplendent. No matter where he was still dazzling and eye-catching. Good, very good. Qin Wudi stared at Du Xiaofu and said these 3 words. At the same time, the aura on his body began to rumble. Runes shone resplendently, and the void trembled. A series of sonorous rumbling sounds rang out, and his fist began to emit light. But at this moment, Du Xiaofu slightly turned around and looked at the void behind him. As if he felt something, purple lightning arcs flashed in his eyes. Du Xiaofu's heart trembled violently, and the purple lightning profound cauldron in his body suddenly trembled violently. Only then did he turn around and look at Qin Wudi. Whoosh whoosh, in the distance, many figures flew over. There weren't many of them, only about 200. With a few flashes, they gradually appeared in the sky. Because of Du Xiaofu's gaze, the gazes of the people around the square immediately followed. In front of those people, a handsome young man slowly descended from the sky and landed on the square. Only then did he slightly raise his head. His face seemed to be carefully sculpted. This young man's gaze also immediately looked at Du Xiaofu. His eyes revealed a playful smile. It's him. When he saw this young man, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, and Scarlet Rock below, Blue Fantasy immediately recognized him. This was the young man he had met in the Tianhuang mainland. He called himself Moksha, and was able to fight Du Xiaofu without losing a single battle. Du Xiaoyao and the others had seen him before. Devil religion, Moksha. When he saw this familiar figure, Du Xiaofu's gaze trembled. Among his peers, this was the only opponent he had not defeated yet. He had long guessed that this guy would appear in the Divine Dominion, and indeed, he did. Jueyue. At the same time, Jialo Jueyue and Jialo Kailing's expressions changed. They saw a familiar figure among the newcomers. It was a young man with black hair and black clothes. His long black hair draped behind his neck, and he had a great aura. For no reason, the surrounding space began to faintly distort. His face had a devilish handsomeness. His eyebrows were long like willows, and his features were distinct. His eyes were like jet black agates, and his pupils were pure black. The darkness in his eyes was deeper and darker than little tiger's eyes. It was as dark as the endless abyss at the end of the universe. If one looked at it for a while longer, they would have the illusion that they were about to be sucked in. Jialo Jueyue. Du Xiaofu's heart trembled. This was Jialo Jueyue, the son of his foster father, Jialo Changtian, and the younger brother of Jialo Kailing. They had fought before, and he did not expect Jialo Jueyue to be with someone from the devil religion. At the same time, Du Xiaofu was also shocked. At this moment, there was a hidden nirvana sovereign aura on Jialo Jueyue's body, which could not escape Du Xiaofu's prying. That was definitely a sovereign. As for the aura on Moksha's body, Du Xiaofu frowned. There was no way to pry into his aura. No, there's still a hidden sovereign. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's brows twitched as his gaze locked onto a strangely dressed figure standing beside Mo Sha and Jialo Ju Lai. This figure was covered by a purple robe, and the hood covered his head. Even his forehead was covered. The hood of the robe also covered half of his face. His head was slightly lowered, and his eyes could not be seen. However, Du Xiaofu was able to detect the concealed Supreme Being aura on his body. That figure even emanated an aura that Du Xiaofu felt was familiar to him. That person was absolutely an exalted Nirvana realm expert. Chapter 1669. Do you need my help? Moksha looked up at Du Xiaofu and asked. The curve of his lips was perfect, and he always had a smile on his face. However, this smile was dangerous and evil. No need. Wait for me to deal with them. You will be next. Remember to wait for me. Du Xiaofu said. There was also a smile on his resolute face. However, everyone could feel the sharpness behind this smile. So they know each other. Everyone around the square trembled. Looking at the strange conversation between Du Xiaofu and the handsome young man, it was enough to prove that this person seemed to have a strange relationship with the demon king Du Xiaofu. Okay, I will wait for you. Mo Sha nodded his head in a relaxed manner. His gaze then swept across the 10 stone platforms. In the end, his gaze landed on a stone platform that was occupied by many ferocious birds and ferocious beasts. He then opened his mouth and said, Go down. Do you know what you are talking about? The fierce birds and beasts occupying the stone platforms were obviously not ordinary. Many of them came from large clans. How could they be dismissed so easily? Their faces immediately changed. Get down. Jialo Jueyu waved his long black sleeves, and black light surged. Black talisman runes suddenly surged out, and the resplendent light caused the void to lose its color. In an instant, the pressure of a golden-winged rock filled the sky, and the pressure of the world descended. Boom, there was a strange black mysterious rune in the black light, which turned into a black-gold color. It swept out with the sky-shaking wings. Instantly, it seemed as if a black-colored demonic rock had gushed out to cover the stone platform and intended to overturn the heavens and the earth. It formed numerous spatial vortexes that directly overturned a few tens of ferocious birds and ferocious beasts with peerlessly overbearing might, causing them to fall onto the square one by one, causing their heads to bleed and spit blood from their mouths. It is the golden-winged rock. In an instant, the remaining fierce birds and beasts fled. Their eyes were filled with horror. You didn't kill them. Moksha looked at Jialo Jueyu with a smile. You're just not worth killing, Jialo Jueme said as he stepped onto the stone platform. Moksha still had a smile on his face and didn't say anything else. He followed Jialo Jumi onto the stone platform, followed by the mysterious purple-robed figure. Quite a number of strange figures, who were similarly dressed and covered their entire bodies, were all quietly standing behind Mo Sha. That strange purple-robed figure did not even lift his head from start to finish. Walala, suddenly, ripples appeared in the distant void, and a strange aura swept over from afar. In the blink of an eye, that aura seemed to cover the sky and the sun, causing the distant space to almost turn into a boundless land of darkness, causing the hearts of everyone in the surroundings to suddenly tremble. In the distant sky, within the black clouds, a purple-robed man flew through the air, accompanied by endless waves of baleful aura. Behind this man, there were countless roars and cries. Many figures with frightening eyes followed behind him as he crossed the void. A majestic wave of black fiendish aura surged forth like a tidal wave. The overwhelming black fiendish aura swept through the high void like dark clouds hovering in the sky. It was extremely frightening. It seems to be that guy. Little Xingxing raised an eyebrow, golden flames rising in his eyes. It seems that terrifying guy has arrived. In the square below, Dong Lijiao, Lin Weiqi, and the others also paled when they sensed a familiar aura. At that moment, in a dark corner of the square, two mysterious figures suddenly raised their heads. They wore robes and hats and black patterned masks, revealing only their eyes. At that moment, their eyes were fixed on the group of figures in the air, their murderous auras surging. Swoosh swoosh, a terrifying group of figures landed directly on the ground of the square. The man in the lead was handsome and charming. His face was sharp and cold, and his thick eyebrows were slightly raised rebelliously. He looked directly at Du Xiaofu, who was in midair. His dark and deep eyes were like black holes, filled with a fascinating color. Jiangchen. At this moment, when she saw the purple-robed man, Mei Ling behind Ouyang Shuang and the others trembled. Her eyes were filled with blood-red light. How could the phantom not recognize the purple-robed man? It was none other than the zombie Jiangchen. Jiangchen raised his head slightly, his handsome profile impeccable. His long hair flowed down his back like flowing water. He swept his gaze over the people around Du Xiaofu, then said coolly, "You seem to have run into some trouble. Do you need my help?" "No need, it's just a few fleas. After I deal with them, I'll have a good chat with you." Du Xiaofu smiled. To think he'd run into Jiangchen in the divine domain. This was a pleasant surprise. After they'd parted, they hadn't heard from each other. Who would have thought they'd meet again? Du Xiaofu surreptitiously sensed Jiangchen's aura. Most likely, Jiangchen had long since reached the level of a golden-furred Denglong. Rumor had it that the Golden Howler and the Golden Howler could kill dragons and swallow the clouds. Wherever they went, the earth would turn red. How terrifying. However, Du Xiaofu didn't know much about zombies. There were very few records of them in the world. He didn't know how the Golden Howler's level was divided, or how it compared to the domain realm. However, Du Xiaofu was well aware of how powerful zombies were. According to legends, some zombies were immortal, undying, and indestructible. They could enter and exit the realms of yin and yang, travel up the 9 heavens, and down into the netherworld. Although they were lifeless, they were as free and unfettered as gods. "All right, then you deal with them yourself." Jiangchen looked at Du Xiaofu and nodded calmly. Then he nodded to Little Star, the Phantom, Jade Fairy, Lin Weiqi, Dongli Diao, and the others he was familiar with. Finally, he turned and left. His gaze swept across the square. Intentionally or otherwise, he glanced at the 2 mysterious masked figures in the shadows. His gaze lingered on them for a moment, but he didn't pay them any attention. He didn't fight for the stone platform either. Instead, he waited quietly. Quite a few of the mysterious figures stood behind Jiangchen. Their murderous auras gradually receded, but they were still so strong that the surrounding creatures retreated, not daring to approach. How many people does that little bastard know? At this moment it was clear that the few leaders who had arrived were no ordinary people. They were also related to Du Xiaofu. This caused Long San's face to twitch from time to time. Du Xiaojing stood off in the distance, gazing at the sky. Her eyes glowed like stars, and her cyan robes fluttered in the wind. "Brat, you're too arrogant." Qin Wudi opened his mouth. Du Xiaofu's reply to the 2 extraordinary men did not put him in his eyes at all. In addition, he was injured just now. Clanging sounds continued from his body and turned into wind and thunder. Divine light rose from the depths of his magnificent eyes. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. Lightning began to sweep out from his eyes. "Qin Wudi, I should be the one to kill him. Compared to you, I'm more qualified. I should be the one to kill him." When the voice rang out in the air above the square, a blazing aura spread out from the distance. It was as if the temperature of the entire world had suddenly risen. Swoosh swoosh. Hundreds of figures flew over from the distance. Their numbers were about the same as legalism's, about 300. Their leader was a middle-aged man. Blazing flames surged from his body like a torrent of molten lava, filling the air with a terrifying heat. The school of vertical and horizontal. When the middle-aged man appeared, Fire Cloud Evil God Dugu Fenshin's eyes blazed with a blazing aura. Celestial Wolf, Celestial Fiend. At this moment, beside Fire Cloud Evil God, Lian Qingrong's eyes fell on the two men beside the middle-aged man. One of them wore a green robe with a green pattern that fluttered in the wind. His shoulder-length hair danced in the wind. His temperament was fierce. The other one wore a dark red robe with a hood that covered half of his head. His facial features were clearly defined, and his body was surrounded by a baleful aura. His dark and deep icy eyes were filled with a sharp and deep gaze. It's Heavenly Wolf Mo Tian Xiao and Heavenly Demon Yi Lui Han. At the same time, the ghost chariot and the silver-winged devil condor's eyes trembled. They'd seen the terrifying strength of those two before. It's Gongsun Wuji from the school of vertical and horizontal. He was as famous as Qin Wudi 30 years ago. Heavenly Wolf Mo Tian Xiao and Heavenly Demon Yi Lui Han are here too. Someone in the square recognized Gongsun Wuji, Heavenly Wolf Mo Tian Xiao, and Heavenly Demon Yi Lui Han. Immediately, there was a commotion. Any one of these three was enough to cause a commotion. It's Gongsun Wuji from the school of vertical and horizontal. Why is he with Heavenly Wolf Mo Tian Xiao and Heavenly Demon Yi Lui Han? Sima Muhan frowned. She knew about Gongsun Wuji from the Mo family. She also knew about how powerful and terrifying Heavenly Wolf and Heavenly Demon Yi Lui were from the divine domain. Gongsun Wuji walking with Heavenly Wolf and Heavenly Demon Yi Lui undoubtedly made Sima Muhan worried. The school of vertical and horizontal is used to working together. They're also fickle. It's not strange for Chen Qin and Mu Chu to walk together with Heavenly Wolf Mo Tian Xiao and Heavenly Demon Yi Lui Han. It's just that I don't know what benefits they promised, Qi Yi she said, starlight fluctuating in her eyes. Gongsun Wuji, it's good that you're here. When he saw the middle-aged man from the school of vertical and horizontal arrive, a smile appeared in Long San's twitching eyes. He let out a sigh of relief, but his gaze was fixed on the two men beside Gongsun Wuji. Feeling the invisible aura from the two men, Long San inwardly trembled. He also learned the identity of the two men from the exclamations of the surrounding people, and his expression changed even more. Chapter 1670. Gongsun Wuji. Du Xiaofu looked at the middle-aged man. He had learned some things from Qie Shilu. This Gongsun Wuji had some relationship with his alcoholic father and mother. It seemed that back then, his mother and Gongsun Wuji were engaged. However, after his mother and mother went to Tianwu Academy and met his alcoholic father, they fell out. Gongsun Wuji appeared and nodded at Long San. Then, he didn't look at Du Xiaofu, but at Du Xiaojing, who was standing in front of the legalism formation. His eyes surged like magma, and his expression constantly changed. He spoke to Qin Wudi beside him. He suppressed his voice, which sounded a bit strange, and asked, "She's Ao Tong's daughter. She's a member of my legalism." Qin Wudi replied as he stared at Gongsun Wuji. Gongsun Wuji's expression kept changing, but he soon calmed down. He took a deep breath and looked at Du Xiaofu. "Gongsun Wuji, that brat is the son of Du Tingxian that you're looking for," Long San said softly. He looked at Gongsun Wuji, intentionally or otherwise. There was a hint of a smile in his black eyes, but it was not a smile. Du Tingshuan's son. Gongsun Wuji stared at Du Xiaofu. This was the first time he looked directly at Du Xiaofu. There was a strange look in his eyes, as though he was looking down on Du Xiaofu, but also as though he was looking at someone else. After a while, he spoke to Du Xiaofu, "You are somewhat similar to Du Tingxian. We're father and son, of course we're similar." Du Xiaofu nodded and smiled faintly. He then added, "We're both handsome and charming. This brat can still smile. We're all here to deal with him." Sima Muhan, Yi Zijin, Ouyang Shuang and the others could only smile bitterly. Long San, Qin Wudi, Gongsun Wuji and the other experts were all gathered together. Their hearts had always been heavy, but they did not expect that guy to still be able to laugh. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Gongsun Wuji's eyes moved, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said calmly, "It's only right for a son to repay a father's debt. Du Tingxian isn't here, so you'll be the one to repay it. He's still the same as before, he hasn't changed at all." Looking at Gongsun Wuji, many of the middle-aged women and women present had many ripples in their eyes, and their eyes shone brightly. Gongsun Wuji is here too. Many of the middle-aged and old men present were also extremely shocked. That middle-aged man was as famous as Qin Wudi 30 years ago. At the same time, he was also known as one of the 3 strongest geniuses in the past 10,000 years. He was the hope of the school of vertical and horizontal. One day, he would be able to carry the banner of the school of vertical and horizontal. Unfortunately, just as Gongsun Wuji and Qin Wudi's reputation soared to the sky, they both disappeared without a trace. Only a few people who knew the truth heard that the disappearance of Gongsun Wuji and Qin Wudi had a lot to do with the legalism's Han Aodong. In the air, Du Xiaofu listened to Gongsun Wuji's words, and his eyes shone faintly. "If my mother doesn't like you, then this is the debt my father owes you. Then I'll take care of this debt for my father. However, I'm afraid you won't be able to collect your debt. Of course, I don't plan on paying it back either." Du Xiaofu looked straight at Gongsun Wuji. This brat's mouth is really vicious. Qi Yeshi, Su Muxin, Yi Zijin, and the others smiled bitterly. They knew the story behind this. As expected, Gongsun Wuji's lips curled into a cold sneer. His body emitted a blazing aura. He stared at Du Xiaofu and said, "I originally planned on crippling you for Aodong's sake. However, you've killed many people from the school of vertical and horizontal. Now that I feel uncomfortable, I've decided to kill you." Du Xiaofu's gaze swept past Qin Wudi and Long San. In the end, he looked at Gongsun Wuji with an indifferent expression and said, "Legalism, Long San, and your school of vertical and horizontal. Many people who wanted to kill me have died. Do you think you'll be the next one? What a glib tongue." Gongsun Wuji's mouth doesn't seem to be able to gain any advantage. Many people in the square whispered softly. "Then no one will die in the future." Gongsun Wuji stared at Du Xiaofu with a gloomy expression and said, "Because you're going to die. I'll kill you." Killing intent surged out of Gongsun Wuji's eyes when he finished speaking. At that moment, the entire space tensed up. "Gongsun Wuji, if you harm even a single hair on his head, I'll kill you." Suddenly, just as the great battle was about to begin and the atmosphere was tense, a faint voice rang out in the square. The voice was magnetic and mellow, and it reverberated like an echo. At that moment, Du Xiaofu's gaze had already shot into the distance as if he had been electrocuted. His eyes shone with golden light as a smile appeared on his face. Du Xiaojing also looked into the distance where Du Xiaofu was looking. Her clear eyes flickered with light. Her heart began to tremble all of a sudden. She could vaguely feel a warmth rising in her blood, making her nervous for no reason. When the voice reverberated through the void, all the experts in the surroundings looked towards a certain direction in the void. It was very slow. There was no one in front of them. They could only see the many experts in the sky secretly gathering their light, like the prelude to a storm. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black spot appeared in the distance. It gradually grew bigger and there was the sound of something breaking through the air. The surrounding square was silent. Everyone looked in that direction. The sound of something breaking through the air grew louder and louder. A long rainbow figure appeared in the distance. It was wrapped in lightning. Someone was crossing the space from the distance. Du Xiaojing's eyes trembled again when the rainbow figure wrapped in lightning arcs swept over. The blood in her heart fluctuated as if she had sensed something. Her fair and slender jade-like hands gently clenched into fists. Chi, lightning arcs converged far away from the square, and a tall and straight figure gradually appeared. It's Uncle Tingxian. He's here. On the stone platform in the square, Yi Zijin, who was standing with Yu Xianzi, Zi Tianzuan, Gui Che, Gu Qin Demon, Zhen Qingchun and the others, saw the familiar figure. Suddenly, there was a bright fluctuation in her beautiful eyes. It's third uncle. At this moment, the disciples of the Du family were looking at the tall figure in the sky. Their eyes were filled with excitement and their hearts were trembling. There was a faint lightning flickering in their eyes. Who is he? Ouyang Shuang felt the reactions of the people around her and asked. Your father-in-law. Yi Zijin smiled faintly. There were some things that the entire Du family knew. Hearing this, Ouyang Shuang rolled her eyes at Yi Zijin. However, a redness surfaced on her cheeks. The gaze within her large eyes also immediately sized up the tall and straight figure. It was a tall middle-aged man. When he appeared in the sky, Qin Wudi and Gongsun Wuji raised their heads slightly. Then, their bodies suddenly trembled. Suddenly, the entire void was shrouded in an eerie silence. At this moment, feeling the strange silence in the square, everyone's eyes fell on the tall figure that suddenly appeared. The middle-aged man's figure was tall and straight like a spear. His face was handsome, and his slender eyebrows were slanted to his temples. He emitted a strong masculine charm. However, his thick and long eyelashes softened the originally strong silhouette, causing a kind of gentleness to appear amidst the masculinity. Such a man was enough to make a woman take a few more glances. However, this middle-aged man's thick eyebrows were slightly knitted, containing a deep feeling. He must be a person with a story. Step by step, the middle-aged man crossed the sky. His feet landed on the void, creating a sound in the air. With a few steps, he appeared in the sky. He looked around at the people from the School of Sound, Dragons, Legalism, and School of Vertical and Horizontal. Then, he looked at Du Xiaofu indifferently and said, You don't seem to be missing an arm or a leg. It's good that you're fine. I'm your son, your biological son. Is this considered concern? Du Xiaofu was originally a little excited to see his drunkard father. Immediately, he rolled his eyes. Du Tingxian, he's that Du Tingxian. Demon King Du Xiaofu's father, Du Tingxian. Is he the one who appeared in Tianhuang mainland? Du Tingxian, the one who is rumored to have undergone nirvana in the divine domain. So he really is the Demon King Du Xiaofu's father. In an instant, the gazes around the square fluctuated. The three words, Du Tingxian, had long spread in the divine domain. Was it this person who stirred up a huge storm between legalism and School of Vertical and Horizontal and ruined the marriage between legalism and School of Vertical and Horizontal? There were elders from the School of Agriculture, School of Yin-Yang, School of Moism, School of Taoism, and other major families. They knew far more than the current young people. While the square was in a heated discussion, Du Tingxian looked at Du Xiaofu in the sky and said, Of course you're my biological son. However, your mother and I have 2 children. As soon as Du Tingxian finished speaking, he looked at the woman standing in front of the legalism formation. She was an otherworldly woman. On his resolute face, his thick and long eyelashes were open, allowing a smile to appear on his face. He walked towards her step by step with a smile on his face. At this moment, Du Xiaojing also looked at the middle-aged man who was walking towards her with a smile. On his resolute face, his eyes, his mouth, and his figure, everything seemed familiar, but also unfamiliar. The familiarity came from her mother's words. She had a vague impression of him since she was young. The unfamiliarity came from the fact that she had never been close to him since she was born. Du Tingxian walked slowly towards his daughter. He knew at first glance that she was his daughter. They were connected by blood. His heart was nervous, but his face was smiling. As she watched him walk towards her step by step, Du Xiaojing seemed to feel that each step was stepping on her heart. She was also smiling. Her heart was trembling, and the corners of her eyes began to moisten, however, she held it in and maintained the smile on her moving face. She didn't want to cry. She didn't want him to see a daughter who cried the moment they met. Shouldn't a father want to see his daughter smile? She thought so, so she tried her best to smile, but her delicate body was trembling. The surrounding legalism people's faces were twitching, and their eyes were flickering. However, at this moment, when they felt the middle-aged man walking towards them, they felt an invisible and vast power that made the hearts of the legalism elders tremble. They didn't dare to get close to stop him. Du Tingxian smiled as he walked to Du Xiaojing's side. He carefully sized her up. He reached out his thick and broad hand and brushed it across her moving face. He pushed away the few strands of hair that were covering her face and said with a gentle voice that he had never used before, "I finally see you." When that thick and broad palm touched her face, Du Xiaojing could no longer hold back the tears in his eyes. His vision blurred, and 2 streams of hot tears fell from the corners of his eyes. "Father." That was the word that she had asked her mother countless times. At this moment, when it came out of her mouth, it seemed to be gushing with emotion. At this moment, Du Xiaojing couldn't hold it in any more and threw herself into the arms of the middle-aged man in front of her. Chapter 1671. Du Tingxian did not say anything, only gently holding his daughter in his arms. Du Xiaofu walked over slowly, standing at the side without saying anything. His eyes were also a little moist at this moment, as if something was about to flow out of his eyes, but in the end, he swallowed it, a smile appearing in his eyes. The entire square was silent. Looking up into the air, many gazes were also moved, but no one made a sound to break this scene. Third uncle has finally seen Xiaojing. Du Xiaoman's eyes were a little dazed. After a while, Du Tingxian stroked that beautiful black hair and said softly, "I haven't hugged you yet, but you've suddenly grown up." Du Xiaojing raised her head and looked at Du Tingxian in front of her. "You look much better than your brother when he cried when he was young." Du Tingxian smiled, wiping away the tears on his daughter's face. "I don't think I've cried before, have I?" Du Xiaofu could not hold it in anymore. He walked over and looked at Du Tingxian, a little dissatisfied. Pursing his lips, he said, "Even when you see your daughter, you don't have to criticize your son like this." "You looked ugly when you were young," Du Tingxian said seriously. Looking at her father and brother in front of her, Du Xiaojing smiled through her tears. This moment was something she had thought of countless times in her heart, and today, it had finally come true. She had once thought that she would never see these 2 people who were closest to her again. She had once thought that she would completely lose them. Now, they were finally standing in front of her. At this moment, she was overjoyed. She had never been so overjoyed since she was young. Even when she had broken through time and time again, when she had stepped over bottlenecks that ordinary people could only look at and sigh at, she had never felt such joy in her heart. But now, she knew that something was still missing. There was still one person who was not here. Her mother was still practicing legalism, and it was not complete enough. Du Xiaofu was speechless towards Du Tingxian. He did not want to say anything more, but he was very happy in his heart. This guy in front of him had come, and his sister was also by his side. At the same time, Du Xiaofu was also looking at his sister, Du Xiaojing. Her crying appearance was just as moving, and there was a feeling of pity for her. It could be imagined that she indeed looked better than him crying. "How's your mother?" Du Tingxian ignored Du Xiaofu and asked Du Xiaojing. "Mother," Du Xiaojing's eyes moved slightly, but then he smiled and said, "Generally speaking, mother is still all right." Du Xiaofu didn't say much. He knew that his mother wasn't doing too well in legalism. But the only thing that comforted Du Xiaofu was that even if it was for the sake of his sister, at least his mother's life would not be in danger. Du Tingxian looked at his daughter, then at his son. He seemed to have understood something, but he didn't say anything. He looked into the distance and said, "I will bring your mother out as soon as possible." Sigh, Qi Yeshi sighed softly in the distance. She had heard the words of the family of three clearly. Qi Yeshi also knew the situation of legalism the best. Back then, Du Xiaofu had been tortured to such a state. At this moment, Han Aodong was probably not much better off. The family of three knew in their hearts, but they did not say anything. They did not want the other two to worry. If we are not a family, we will not enter the same house. Qi Yeshi's eyes moved. The family of three had the same temper. Perhaps the three of them all wanted to shoulder the burden of future matters on their own. Su Muxin also looked at the family of three. She knew everything about him. She had experienced everything in the Cosmos Dragon Tiger technique and felt as if she had experienced it herself. Who said that he is as ferocious as a demon? Outsiders just can't see his gentle side. Su Muxin's heart was in turmoil. A man who could dig out his own heart to save his sister. Whether he was ferocious or gentle, only those who truly understood him would know. She already had her own answer in her heart. Brother, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have already. Du Xiaojing opened her mouth and looked at Du Xiaofu. You are my sister. We are family. Du Xiaofu knew what Du Xiaojing wanted to say. He said, if you were me, I think you would have done the same. Du Xiaojing's gaze trembled and her throat was choked. Then, she said, back then, I thought that I wouldn't be able to live on, but mother told me that I had a brother who was the same age as me. At that time, I thought that if I could recover one day and continue living, I would definitely find you guys. If I really died, it would be fine. Mother and father still have you, so they wouldn't be too sad. But you are so foolish. You actually gave your heart to me. Don't you know that you will die like that? Fortunately, the heavens protected me and prevented me from truly losing you. If I die, you can live on for me. My heart is with you, which means that I am still alive. This way, we won't have to die. How great is that? Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. Brother. Looking at the man in front of her who looked like her, Du Xiaojing, who had just held back her tears, blurred her vision again. This time, she felt the true meaning of the word, brother, for the first time. It was just a title. It was a selfless love, a love that was willing to give up his life for her. This selfless love weighed millions of pounds. Even if the brother and sister had never met, this selfless love made the brother willing to give up his life for her puppet. She didn't know if other people's brothers were like that, but at this moment, she knew that her brother was like that. She knew everything that happened in the outside world. She had also gone out to search and gather information. Her father had always been training outside, and her brother had been adventuring since he was young. He had experienced countless dangerous situations and had lingered at the gates of hell several times. Even in legalism, he had narrowly escaped death twice. How could Du Xiaojing not know all of this? Her father and brother had always worked hard and sacrificed everything for the sake of their family's reunion. What have I done now? Should I advance and retreat together with father and brother, or should I continue doing what I want to do? If I insist, will I hurt father and brother's hearts? His gaze swept across Qin Wudi, Gongsun Wuji, Long San, and the others. Du Xiaojing asked himself in his heart, what have I done all these years? What did I want to do? If I insist, will I hurt my father and brother's hearts? Qin Wudi looked at the family of three in front of him and narrowed his eyes. His gaze became sharper and sharper. Du Tingxian, you've finally appeared. Finally, Qin Wudi couldn't help but speak. There were some things that legalism didn't want to happen. Although he wasn't too clear about it, he knew and didn't want that to happen. Now, this scene was happening in the family. Qin Wudi wanted to control it within a controllable range. Otherwise, it would be the last thing legalism wanted to see. Qin Wudi, long time no see. Hearing this, Du Tingxian glanced sideways and saw Qin Wudi. Obviously, they had met before. I didn't expect that a little ant from the outside world would have such a day. I'm a little regretful. If I had dealt with you back then, none of this would have happened. Qin Wudi said. At this moment, Qin Wudi was indeed a little regretful. He had the chance to deal with Du Tingxian, but he didn't do it in the end. If he had forcefully dealt with him back then, none of this would have happened. You didn't do it back then, but even if you did, I'm afraid you wouldn't have been able to kill me. Du Tingxian said. His voice was very calm and revealed a kind of sincere determination. Is that so? Qin Wudi's aura fluctuated as he clenched his fists. Father, brother, can we be together as a family? Suddenly, Du Xiaojing looked at Du Tingxian and Du Xiaofu and asked softly. Her eyes were filled with longing. I've thought about it. If anyone doesn't let us be together as a family, I'll separate their family. Du Tingxian turned around. His voice was calm, but his eyes gradually sharpened. If anyone doesn't let us be together as a family, I'll kill their family. Du Xiaofu said. Under a faint smile, his eyes rippled with golden light. Du Tingxian, it's good that you're here. We finally meet again. Gongsun Wuji finally spoke. His calm face was like an ancient well. His eyes were slightly raised as he looked at Du Tingxian. It was as if he wasn't looking at him directly. Vaguely, there was a hint of arrogance in his eyes. Yes, we meet again. But instead of meeting, it's better to reminisce. Du Tingxian looked at Gongsun Wuji and said. Indeed, it's better to reminisce. All of this happened because of you. You escaped a calamity back then, but not now. I'll let you know that it was a mistake for Ao Tong to choose you from the beginning. Gongsun Wuji looked directly at Du Tingxian. His eyes were blazing like lava. Chapter 1672. Du Tingxian looked at the arrogant middle-aged man in front of him. However, there wasn't much change on his face. He only said indifferently, from the beginning to the end, Ao Tong was forced to marry you. Ao Tong has never liked you. Gongsun Wuji's eyes twitched. He looked at Du Tingxian and said, I don't know what you lied to Ao Tong about. However, when you are defeated and killed by me, Ao Tong will understand that she made the wrong choice from the start. Ao Tong was forced to marry you from the start. Ao Tong has never liked you. Du Tingxian looked at Gongsun Wuji. His tone was still as calm as ever. Du Tingxian, if not for you, none of this would have happened. I have been in seclusion all these years because I wanted to wait for you to come out. I wanted to kill you personally in front of Ao Tong and make you kneel before me. Although Ao Tong is not here today, I will bring you before her and let her know that you were never my match. You were never my match. Gongsun Wuji shouted. Ao Tong was forced to marry you from the start. Ao Tong has never liked you. Du Tingxian looked at Gongsun Wuji and smiled faintly. He was still unmoved. Bastard, are you toying with me? Gongsun Wuji was furious. His eyes were filled with lava as he clenched his fists tightly. Ao Tong was forced to marry you from the start. She has never liked you. Du Tingxian said softly. He was not arrogant or rash. He was not afraid at all. Finally, someone in the surrounding space could not help but laugh. Like son, like father. The words of this father and son are enough to anger someone to death. There were many discussions in the surroundings. Looking at Du Tingxuan's calm expression, Gongsun Wuji was already going crazy. He could not help but sigh. Indeed, like father, like son. It turned out that Du Xiaofu's poisonous mouth was inherited. This Du Tingxian is not ordinary. Some of the old people secretly commented. Du Tingxian was currently facing a peerless genius from the school of vertical and horizontal, the most dazzling existence in the history of the school of vertical and horizontal. However, at this moment, Du Tingxian was not arrogant, impatient, fearless, and even mocking him. This was enough to prove that he was extraordinary. Most people wouldn't even be able to speak in front of Gongsun Wuji. Gongsun Wuji. Qin Wudi looked at Gongsun Wuji and frowned. Phew, Gongsun Wuji's eyes flickered, and he took a deep breath. Realizing that he had lost his composure, he quickly calmed down. He was Gongsun Wuji, the most dazzling existence in the history of the school of vertical and horizontal. For the past few decades, he had been in seclusion and had never gone out. However, in terms of cultivation and strength, Gongsun Wuji had never given up. In fact, he had been working even harder on his cultivation, to the point of being stubborn. Qin Wudi, you're really ruthless. Du Tingxian looked at Qin Wudi. Compared to Gongsun Wuji, his expression towards Qin Wudi had a hint of coldness and sharpness. I'm ruthless. Qin Wudi stared at Du Tingxian. Hearing this, he raised his head and laughed. Under the gazes of the crowd, his laughter made people feel uneasy and uneasy. Qiu Yi is dead. I've been hiding in the past few years. I've been in so much pain that I wish I was dead. I'm not a human, nor a ghost. I want to go with Qiu Yi, but I know I can't. For legalism, I can't even die. And all of this is because of your appearance. If it wasn't for you, none of this would have happened. You have to pay the price for this. When Qin Wudi's last words fell, his voice was already ear-piercing. His face had already turned ferocious. His hair danced in the wind, and his entire body was rippling with a storm of aura. The string buried deep in his heart had been touched. His entire person had fallen into a terrifying state. Compared to Gongsun Wuji, he had lost his composure. There seems to be a lot of stories behind this. Everyone was guessing. Qin Wudi, Gongsun Wuji, and Du Tingxian. There seemed to be a girl called Han Aodong and Qiu Yi among the three of them. Qiu Yi should be the girl called Zhang Qiu Yi from the school of vertical and horizontal. She was once in the same generation as Gongsun Wuji. She was also talented, but was overshadowed by Gongsun Wuji. Rumor has it that she fell in love with Qin Wudi at first sight. The school of vertical and horizontal and legalism also intended to form a marriage alliance. In order to strengthen this relationship, and to prevent a talented junior from falling to legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal targeted Qiu Yi. Therefore, the school of vertical and horizontal also set their eyes on the school of legalism. Gongsun Wuji had always liked Han Aodong, and in the end, he facilitated the marriage between the school of legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal. But who would have thought that in the end, Han Aodong and Du Tingxian would end up together? Although the legalism opposed it, the two of them eloped and even had a child together. Not many people in the outside world know about the matter between Du Tingxian and Han Aodong. However, the 9 great clans and the various major powers could not hide it. The school of vertical and horizontal's reputation was greatly damaged. The marriage alliance between Zhang Qiu Yi and Qin Wudi was naturally opposed by the school of vertical and horizontal. Zhang Qiu Yi threatened to kill herself, but she was also opposed by the school of vertical and horizontal. She was thrown into the school of vertical and horizontal's prison. In the end, it seemed that she suffered from qi deviation while cultivating. She exhausted all the vitality in her body and self-immolated under the school of vertical and horizontal's martial veins. The elders of the various major clans sighed when they spoke of the reason for this matter. The relationship between this matter was huge and complicated. Very few people knew about it. However, this matter was still widely spread among the 9 great clans and the other major powers. Therefore, some of the elders had heard about it. Qin Wudi, the person you're looking for is the school of vertical and horizontal, not me. You're willing to be a chess piece and watch your beloved woman die in the game between the legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal. Isn't that enough to wake you up? Du Tingxian said. He seemed to have already known about some of the things that happened back then. Qin Wudi laughed. His smile was somewhat lonely and fierce. Then, he looked at Du Tingxian and said fiercely, Du Tingxian, do you still not understand? This is our matter. You're just an ant from the outside world. You insisted on getting involved. If you didn't appear, everything would be fine now. Therefore, you must die. You and your father must die today. Boom! The moment Qin Wudi's fierce aura descended, a vast and terrifying aura spread out from his body. Du Tingxian, you and your father won't be able to escape today. I'll kill both of you in one go. Gongsun Wuji said in a deep voice. A blazing aura swept out in an instant. Kill. At the same time, from the school of legalism and school of vertical and horizontal, fierce battle cries could be heard. Rumble, in an instant, hundreds of figures spread out their auras. They were filled with dazzling light as if stars were descending. Some of the stronger figures were surrounded by halos that were as dazzling as the sun. Suddenly, the void of this square was filled with dazzling light. A terrifying aura shook the heavens and contained an extremely terrifying pressure. This was the special pressure of the 9 great clans that could suppress the world. Roar. Accompanied by the roars of the school of legalism and school of vertical and horizontal, some of the demonic beasts roared endlessly and shook the void. However, at the same time, there were more than 10 young men who followed the school of legalism who quietly retreated. Destroy the desolate country, kill. Almost at the same time, Long San shouted. His voice was like a dragon's roar that shook the sky. Roar. In an instant, many ferocious beasts behind Long San roared and transformed into their true forms. Many flood dragons soared into the sky. All of them roared like thunder and exuded a terrifying aura. Their bodies were like dark clouds that covered the sky. Their auras were terrifying. In an instant, the auras of the school of legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons exploded. Their terrifying auras spread out and shook the heavens. Numerous figures and huge beasts were as terrifying as the dazzling sun. Loud explosions resounded in the sky like thunder and reverberated for a long time, causing the color of the square to change. Do you dare to make a move? Rumble. At this moment, the disciples of the desolate country, Tianwu Academy, 7-Star Hall, Ancient Heaven Sect, and Hehuan School, who had already experienced the massacre, surged with their auras. Countless auras soared into the sky, shaking the clouds and emitting dazzling light. In the eyes of Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, Su Muxin, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, the 18 celestial generals, and Du Yunlong, a terrifying light surged out. Qin Wudi, you're the one who doesn't understand. Du Tingxian spoke, but his voice was drowned out by the surrounding energy fluctuations. In the depths of his sharp eyes, lightning began to flicker. Swish, swish, at the same time, in the sky behind the legalism formation, a dozen legalism youths broke through the sky. They turned into streaks of lightning and flew towards Du Xiaofu. At the same time, they said, legalism is immoral and forced us to follow you. Today, we will withdraw from the legalism and seek refuge with the Rock Emperor. A few ants, you're courting death. The expressions of the old men from the legalism immediately changed. Their faces turned cold as killing intent surged out. Suddenly, resplendent runes surged out and turned into an earth-shattering attack that swept over, wanting to kill the traitors. This is the divine domain. Do you think I'm afraid of you? A loud shout rang out. The dozen people turned around in panic and condensed their attacks. They turned into rolling runes that swept over and collided with each other. Instantly, the void trembled from the collision, and a thunderous sound resounded. You're courting death. Qin Wudi bellowed. His eyes surged with coldness. From his peerlessly elegant body, a dazzling rune swept out, sprinkling a dazzling light that imprisoned the space. It was as if a sun had descended from the sky, causing the space to explode. It caused the void to rumble as it directly collapsed towards the dozen people. Boom! Under that vast killing intent and aura, it was enough to crush the dozen or so people. Legalism is not only immoral, but also shameless. When these words fell, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared like a ghost in front of the dozen people. His purple robe fluttered in the wind as golden light permeated the void. He waved his hand and released a monstrous overbearing qi. It was as if a golden sun had appeared in the void. Rumble, a terrifying aura overflowed and swept out in all directions, completely resisting Qin Wudi's suppression. Rumble, the air trembled and the surrounding space trembled. The nearby figures were forced to retreat, not daring to be touched. Rock Emperor. The dozen people felt death from Du Xiaofu's terrifying aura and trembled. However, at this moment, they immediately recovered and looked at the sudden appearance of Du Xiaofu with pleasant surprise. "You guys retreat first," Du Xiaofu said to the dozen people with a smile on his face. Du Xiaofu knew these people. They were Yu Bufan, Mu Yuming, and the others who had obtained a spot to enter legalism. Especially Yu Bufan and Mu Yuming, they were also very famous in the outside world. At this moment, Du Xiaofu felt that those who had obtained a spot to enter legalism had most likely become followers of legalism. Behind the scenes, it seemed that not everyone was willing to do so. With legalism's methods, it wasn't difficult for Du Xiaofu to know what methods legalism had used. It was likely that they had used threats and promises to make these people submit and become cannon fodder. However, Yu Bufan and the others were smart and naturally wouldn't be willing to become cannon fodder for legalism. They took this opportunity to resist and leave. Yes. Seeing that Du Xiaofu had spoken, Yu Bufan, Mu Yuming, and the others immediately retreated to the desolate nation's formation below. They wanted to leave legalism and didn't want to become cannon fodder for legalism. Du Xiaofu, you're courting death. Qin Wudi was furious, and killing intent surged in his eyes. Du Xiaofu looked at the surging auras in the sky. At this moment, the auras surged, and the astonishing formation of legalism, school of vertical and horizontal dragons. A faint sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, revealing his pure white teeth. This sneer made the beings of legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragons feel a chill down their spines. You guys want to fight? Then I'll give you a big gift. When his voice fell, Du Xiaofu's hand had already begun to condense a handprint in an instant. Hula, in the blink of an eye, many ancient runes appeared around Du Xiaofu's body. They were arranged, derived, and imperceptibly connected with the space of the divine domain. Boundless mysteries were contained within them. These ancient runes finally turned into a rain of light that seeped through the void and sprinkled over this part of the void. It could penetrate all seals, and no one could stop it. And when these ancient runes appeared like a rain of light, the disciples of the school of vertical and horizontal, legalism, and dragons, as long as they had life-saving talismans, the talismans between their eyebrows immediately cracked and shattered, disappearing without a trace. Life-saving talisman, why did my life-saving talisman disappear? My life-saving talisman disappeared, what's going on? What? Who touched my life-saving talisman? My life-saving talisman. Instantly, the formation of legalism, dragons, and school of vertical and horizontal fell into chaos. Cries of alarm rang out, filled with fear. Then, even the life-saving talismans between the eyebrows of Long San, Qin Wudi, Gong Sun Wuji, Heavenly Wolf Lonely Sky Howl, and Heavenly Fiend Yelu Han were mysteriously shattering and disappearing. None of this could be stopped. Heavenly Wolf Lonely Sky Howl, Heavenly Fiend Yelu Han, Qin Wudi, Long San, and the others all suddenly trembled in fear. Du Xiaofu, this is Du Xiaofu's doing. Du Xiaofu, it's the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. He's the one who made everyone's life-saving talismans lose their effectiveness. Some people immediately stared at Du Xiaofu. They had personally witnessed this shocking and inconceivable event. It was clearly Du Xiaofu's doing. At this moment, the Demon King had effortlessly wiped out everyone's greatest trump card. Without a doubt, he had taken their lives in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. Chapter 1673. However, that wasn't all. Light rain poured down in all directions as ancient runes condensed, and in the end, they condensed into secret runes. The light rain turned into many life-saving talismans and fell on the people of the School of Agriculture, the Golden-Winged Great Peng, the School of Yin Yang, the School of Mo, the Hehuan School, the Ancient Heaven Sect, the Profound Underworld Sect, and the Profound Talisman Sect. A second life-saving talisman appeared between the eyebrows of those who had lost their life-saving talismans. My life-saving talisman, some people cried out in surprise, while others trembled in joy. Loud cries of joy rang out, causing the sky to tremble. The appearance of this scene had already caused Zhou Xiaoluo, Mo Runan, Fire Cloud Evil God, and the others to be completely moved. Those who had obtained their life-saving talismans were pleasantly surprised. They knew that it was the doing of the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Compared to the legalism, the School of Vertical and Horizontal and the dragons were all terrified. The faces of the Heavenly Wolf Mo Tianxiao and the Heavenly Demon Yelu Han were also twitching. Their alliance with Gongsun Wuji hadn't even begun, but their life-saving talismans had already been destroyed. If they had known earlier, they definitely wouldn't have chosen it. However, it was already too late for them to escape. Du Xiaofu already had his eyes on the two of them, and he definitely wouldn't let them go so easily. They could only fight. Qin Wudi, Gongsun Wuji, Long San, and the dragons. The elders of the School of Legalism and the School of Vertical and Horizontal all had extremely gloomy expressions. All three of them had lost their life-saving talismans, while the other side had lost their life-saving talismans. How could they not know what this meant when they fought? If they had known that this would be the result, they definitely wouldn't have chosen to fight here. They had no choice but to consider the consequences. However, it was clearly too late to regret now. In ancient times, there were people who tried to comprehend the life-saving talismans, but even those extremely talented people didn't succeed. Later on, no one dared to try. I think the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, has succeeded. On the square, Zhou Xiaoluo spoke, her eyes glowing. A life-saving talisman. The School of Vertical and Horizontal, the dragons, and the legalism have already suffered a crushing defeat. Mo Runan revealed a smile. On the stone platform in the plaza, Moksha's eyes lit up. Are you satisfied with this gift? Du Xiaofu looked at Qin Wudi, Gongsun Wuji, Long San, and the others with a smile that wasn't a smile. His smile was cold, and with a wave of his hand, he said, Dragons, legalism, School of Vertical and Horizontal, leave no one alive. Following Du Xiaofu's words, Yi Piaoling, General, Du Yunlong, Zhen Qingchun, Master Apothecary, Du Shui, the Silver-Winged Demonic Condor, Mysterious King Jiao, Desolate Gudiao, Gui Che, Extinction Sword King, Grand Elder Gong Dao, and the others' eyes flashed with killing intent. The energy in the air above the plaza suddenly surged violently. The light of the world began to darken, and the surroundings began to turn dark. The wind and clouds began to surge. Set up the formation. Zhen Qingchun, Master Apothecary, Silver-Winged Demonic Condor, and the others shouted. Almost as soon as their voices rang out, figures from all over the plaza rose into the air. The disciples of the Barren Nation, Seven-Star Hall, Hehuan School, Black Talisman Sect, and Ancient Heaven Sect immediately set up the formation at lightning speed. Terrifying Xian Qi surged, and runes filled the sky, covering the sky and the earth. Rumble, in an instant, the Barren Nation formed a mighty momentum that shook the mountains. The other experts in the plaza who saw this were also trembling. At this moment, the surrounding forces truly felt that the Barren Nation actually had the strength to contend with the dragons, legalism, and School of Vertical and Horizontal among the younger generation. Do you think you can control everything just because you have a life-saving talisman? If you're not strong enough, it doesn't matter how many life-saving talismans you have. In the sky, Gongsun Wuji's face was gloomy. However, at this moment, neither he nor Qin Wudi could return to their original calm appearance. School of Yin Yang, help the barren nation. Kill. Qi Yeshi said with a sharp voice. Starlight enveloped his body, and Yin and Yang circulated. Boom. As soon as Qi Yeshi finished speaking, the disciples of the school of Yin Yang, led by Qi family's Jun, stepped out together. Waves of starlight and Yin and Yang rose, enveloping the sky. School of Mo, help the barren nation. Mo Runan said. Her beautiful figure stepped into the air, and blue light circulated around her body. Mo Li, Mo Junyu, and the other experts of the school of Mo immediately soared into the sky. The sky was instantly filled with dense mist that did not disperse. School of Agriculture, help the barren nation. Zhou Xiaolua's voice was soft, and her beautiful figure was graceful. After that beautiful figure, the disciples of the School of Agriculture, led by Jiang Yunfeng and Zhou Yu, rushed into the air. The formless aura caused the earth to rumble. School of Yin Yang, School of Agriculture, School of Mo, are you trying to start a war between the 9 families? Qin Wudi shouted. The barren nation had already caused his face to darken. He did not expect that the School of Yin Yang, School of Mo, and School of Agriculture would advance and retreat together with the barren nation. School of Yin Yang, School of Mo, School of Agriculture, are you trying to start a war between the 9 families? Think about the consequences. It's not something you can bear. Gongsun Wuji shouted sternly. If he was alone, he would not be afraid of the School of Yin Yang, School of Yin Yang, and School of Agriculture. However, things were different now. At this moment, the addition of any family was enough to make the School of Vertical and Horizontal face enemies. Even if any extraordinary person joined, it would be the last straw that broke the camel's back. How could Gongsun Wuji and Qin Wudi not understand this logic? So what if the 9 families are fighting? 30 years ago, the School of Vertical and Horizontal and Legalism formed an alliance. Didn't you want to start a war between the 9 families? Now, you're forming an alliance with the dragons. The alliance between the 9 families has long been abandoned by you. It's only a matter of time before a war breaks out. Qi Yeshi said. The sky was filled with starlight and a vast qi surged. A river of stars began to appear in the sky. School of Yin Yang, School of Agriculture, and School of Mo. After the divine domain closes, I'll definitely flatten the 3 of you. Long San shouted angrily. Black runes surged and a black dragon coiled around his body. Mixed blood dragon, do you think you can get out of here alive? Flames rose in little Xingxing's eyes. Her small jade-like fist was covered in golden flames. Just as she spoke, she attacked forcefully. Her fist was wrapped in golden flames and directly punched towards Long San. Suddenly, golden flames erupted. A great battle broke out. As little Xingxing attacked, the clouds in all directions moved. Little girl, you're courting death. Long San shouted angrily. Immediately, his figure also attacked little Xingxing. Kill, leave no one alive. Du Xiaofu stepped out. He wasn't worried about little Xingxing. Waves of golden fluctuation spread out from his body. Suddenly, the surroundings were filled with golden light. It was incomparably domineering. Wind and thunder rumbled. Kill. Behind Du Xiaofu, the disciples of the desolate country, Heavenly Beast Hall, School of Yin Yang, School of Mo, and School of Agriculture suddenly soared into the sky and pounced together. As their auras surged, the sky changed color. The dragons, Legalism, and School of Vertical and Horizontal had already been killed by Du Xiaofu and the others. They had also lost many of their true experts. At this moment, there were only a little more than 1,000 people. At this moment, the School of Mo, School of Yin Yang, School of Yin Yang, Desolate Country, and the others added up to more than 4,000 people. Moreover, Almost all of these 4,000 people had life-saving talismans to protect themselves. At this moment, the dragons, legalism, and the others who had life-saving talismans had been wiped out. This was already a psychological suppression. Boom, the overwhelming figures and auras filled the sky and shook the 9 heavens. Set up the blazing fire formation. Kill! Gongsun Wuji bellowed. As his voice fell, the members of the school of vertical and horizontal behind him stood in unison with cold and solemn expressions. Each of them stood in a mysterious position. The blazing Xian Qi in their bodies surged, and raging flames rolled around them. They quickly formed a vast sea of fire in midair that could burn everything. Heavenly Law Formation. Qin Wudi shouted. The experts of legalism behind him also quickly gathered. A vast aura swept out and gathered into a terrifying formation that contained the power of legalism. It was vast and mighty. Heavenly Dragon Formation. Long San, who had already clashed with little Xingxing in an instant, let out a loud roar. Over 100 serpents soared into the sky behind him, transforming into over 100 gigantic serpents. Dragon runes surged out from his body, rapidly condensing into a vast and mighty talisman rune in the sky. The talisman rune shone resplendently, and the dragon's roar did not cease. In the end, it transformed into an incomparably huge dragon with 9 ferocious heads. Amidst the dragon's roar, it caused the void to tremble and the myriad of beasts to howl. Set up the Yin-Yang stellar formation. Qi Yeshi shouted. The experts of the school of Yin-Yang immediately gathered into a formation. The Yin and Yang Qi surged in the surroundings. A river of stars appeared and starlight covered the sky. Ground Astral Formation. The school of Yin-Yang set up the formation. The mountains surged and the earth rumbled. Wind and clouds surged in the sky. Countless peaks appeared and huge rocks fell from the sky like falling stars. Set up the heavenly machinery. Mo Runan shouted. From the school of Mo, a colossal object suddenly appeared. It was thousands of feet tall and stood in the vast square. It was incomparably huge. It was a giant that looked like a machine. In the mechanical giant, there were hundreds of disciples of the school of Mo controlling it with their Xian Qi. The terrifying aura emitted from the mechanical giant was even more powerful than any of the school of Yin-Yang stellar formations. When the mechanical giant appeared, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but look at it in shock. It was rumored that the ancestor of the school of Mo was the ancestor of machines. He used special machines that contained the power of the 5 Daos and the heavens and earth. It had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. The rumor was true. Chapter 1674. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Du Tingxian vs Gongsun Wuji, Rumble. In just a short moment, these great clans directly attacked each other. Each of their combined attacks carried a destructive power as they fiercely charged at each other, causing the space along the way to explode. The sea of fire boiled, burning everything. Starlight filled the sky as the stars rotated. The yin and yang energies turned into sharp swords that cut through the void. A vast power swept out, shattering everything. The roars of the 9 giant dragons shook the sky. The mechanical giant could tear the void apart. There were also mountains crashing and boulders falling. All of these collided together, causing the entire void to shatter, but it quickly recovered. There was a mighty force in the divine domain that was difficult to destroy. In just a moment, the battle had already erupted. All the attacks swept out, and the energy ripples shattered the void, causing the living beings on the square below to tremble in fear. Roar, little Xingxing's fist shattered the black dragon's shadow. Long San roared and directly activated his true body. It was 1,000 feet long black dragon. The dragon's scales were covered with mysterious runes like black flames. The 6 divine rings above his head channeled the mighty force of heaven and earth. Long San was a supreme Nirvana realm expert who had stepped into the Nirvana realm. How powerful was he? A mixed-blood dragon will always be a mixed-blood dragon. Little Xingxing was not afraid. His eyes were filled with golden flames, erupting with dazzling golden light. His body suddenly expanded, turning into a huge dragon hovering in the sky. He spread his wings like a phoenix's wings, spreading blazing red and purple flames. Starlight flowed on the surface of his body. There was also the aura of a golden-winged rock and a terrifying supreme aura sweeping across the sky. Roar, the dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens. When little Xingxing turned into his true body, all the demonic beasts, including the 9 giant dragons, trembled. The Hui Dragon King and other ancient demonic beasts in the divine domain also went limp. Little Supreme Nirvana Mixed Blood Dragon, suppress. Little Xingxing's body soared into the sky. Immediately, 9 divine rings of divine fire covered his head. They were filled with a heavenly might. Golden flames filled his golden dragon eyes. It was as though they contained 2 vast golden seas of fire. A frightening, strange and complicated pressure descended from his body. That little girl is also a supreme Nirvana realm expert. Many exclamations of surprise sounded out from below. That little girl was actually a grand exalt of rebirth, and this was sufficient to cause everyone to be shocked. I don't like you, so I'll take you. Du Xiaoyao's figure flashed across the sky. He stared at the Mirage Dragon King. Brat, you're courting death. The Sea Serpent King bellowed. He was the strongest king in the divine domain and had never been provoked before. Even Long San had to show him some respect. In an instant, the Sea Serpent King's reverse-scale armor glowed. The dragon's shadow rippled and turned into a 1,000-foot-long sea serpent dragon. Its scales were all reversed and its terrifying aura swept through the void. Do you think that you are the only ones who can achieve nirvana? Don't forget, the divine domain is a paradise. I can achieve nirvana as well. None of you are my match. When the dragon-like roar sounded, 6 divine halos appeared above the sea serpent's head. With the addition of heavenly might, its might skyrocketed. He's probably only half a step away from nirvana of liberation. A sea serpent dragon at the half nirvana of liberation level. On the stone platform below, Lian Qingrong's eyes glowed like snowflakes. The Sea Serpent King's aura made even him wary. It was a terrifying sea serpent dragon that had already stepped into nirvana of liberation level. It's just a mixed-blood dragon. Du Xiaoyao stared at the 1,000-foot-long sea serpent dragon. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. A dazzling golden light exploded like the sun. It was as if a terrifying lord had been born. The terrifying aura filled the sky and turned into a crystalline giant golden ape. Mysterious runes surged around it, causing the surrounding space to ripple violently. Roar, the ape roared. Multicolored light flowed around it. It was born with spiritual eyes that overlooked everything in the world. 9 divine halos appeared above its head. Its identity as a grand exalt of nirvana was obvious. Its mighty aura was at the nirvana of truth level. Oh my god, it's a redbone horse ape. It's not just a redbone horse ape. It's a grand exalt of nirvana realm redbone horse ape. How many grand exalts does the desolate country have? How can they let others live? A redbone horse ape is already terrifying enough. It's a grand exalt of nirvana realm redbone horse ape. It's too terrifying. The living beings on the square below were completely horrified. They all gasped and felt their throats dry up. They swallowed their saliva. Another grand exalt of nirvana realm redbone horse ape had appeared in the desolate country. It was as if they didn't want others to live. Looking at the redbone horse ape before him, the Sea Serpent King's eyes trembled violently. Evil creature, I'll kill you. Du Xiaoyao's 1,000-foot-long redbone horse-ape body soared into the sky. He suddenly punched out with a blurry light. It was as if heaven and earth had just been created. The space before his fist became blurry and distorted. A terrifying aura erupted with an inexplicable pressure that could cause one's primordial spirit to explode. This kind of power could sweep across the area and suppress everything. Roar! The Sea Serpent King roared and immediately clashed with Du Xiaoyao. Whoosh! Dongli Qingqing attacked. Green light surged from her slender figure. Her palm print devoured life force as it slammed toward the heavenly wolf lonely sky howl. Heavenly fiend, we meet again. The voice was clear and melodious as strands of mysterious glowing talisman markings surged over, and then a graceful and beautiful figure's clothes fluttered as she descended. The multicolored light around her body was like stars that revolved and fluctuated, and her slender and tall delicate figure rose and fell exquisitely. Her eyebrows were curved, and her eyes were resplendent like the starry sky. Yin and yang qi flowed around her. Countless rays of light surged like falling stars, sweeping toward the heavenly fiend Yelu Han. She was Qi Yeshi. She had fought with the heavenly fiend Heavenly Wolf before. Now, she was attacking again. Heavenly fiend Yelu Han. At the same time, several figures flew over. Su Muxin, Jialo Jueyu, and Jialo Kaling flew over and surrounded the heavenly fiend Yelu Han. Jialo Jueyu and Jialo Kaling had also attacked the heavenly fiend Yelu Han before. They knew how strong the heavenly fiend Yelu Han was, so they immediately transformed into their great golden-winged rocks and used their supreme powers. Roar! Su Muxin wasn't careless. She knew how strong the heavenly fiend Yelu Han was. She activated the Yin Kun Tiger taming art. The aura of a half-step Supreme Nirvana swirled around her. A white tiger appeared in the sky, tearing apart space. Bastard! The heavenly fiend Yelu Han's face was ashen. He was surrounded by several Supreme Nirvana realm experts. Although he wasn't worried at all if he faced them alone, he didn't dare to be careless. However, he wasn't afraid. He attacked with all his strength. The Blood Sea Meridian Soul appeared in the sky. Baleful aura surged as he used his supreme powers. Yelu Han was fighting against 4 Supreme Nirvana realm experts by himself. He wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Instead, he had the upper hand. How powerful was he? Kill! Yi Piaoling and the other 18 celestial guards rushed out. Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, and the others also launched their attacks. Sima Muhan, Dai Xingyu, Chen Qingchun, and the others glanced around and went to find their own opponents. Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin, Du Shui, the silver-winged demonic condor, Gui Che, and the Zither devil had also attacked from the sky. Rumble, the joint attack formation collided. The battle shook the heavens and earth. Ferocious attacks covered the sky and earth. In an instant, there were people screaming in agony. Blood was spilled everywhere. Qin Wudi is very strong. In the sky, Du Tingxian stared at Gongsun Wuji and said to Du Xiaofu beside him. Gongsun Wuji isn't weak either. Du Xiaofu said. His gaze was fixed on Qin Wudi. As soon as they finished speaking, their eyes met and they both smiled faintly. In the sky, Qin Wudi and Gongsun Wuji looked around with dark gazes. Their expressions were extremely unsightly. Whether it was in terms of aura or strength, the school of legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal were no match for them. Boom, Qin Wudi and Gongsun Wuji's aura surged. Dazzling runes surged, and the surrounding void began to crack. The heavens and earth trembled violently. The immovable plaza below was also shaking. They were angry and wanted to attack with all their might. Qi! At this moment, Du Tingxian stepped into the void. As the void rippled, his figure turned into lightning. A thunderous roar resounded, Gongsun Wuji, your opponent is me. Du Tingxian, you'll have to fight eventually. I'll deal with you first. Gongsun Wuji bellowed. The flames on his body roared. With a wave of his hand, the flames soared into the sky and rushed towards Du Tingxian. The scorching heat that could incinerate all things spread out. Brilliant fire talisman runes interweaved in all directions. Boom! Du Tingxian made his move. Instead of retreating, he advanced. His body was instantly surrounded by boundless lightning. Lightning runes erupted as he rushed forward. That was the power of unparalleled lightning. It turned into a sea of lightning. Lightning filled the sky and enveloped the surroundings, sweeping away the scorching flames. The two instantly exchanged blows. Their figures swept into the distant void. Neither of them wanted to affect the surroundings. With their strength, the aftermath would be a nightmare for the disciples of the major forces. Qin Wudi, we should continue. As Du Tingxuan's figure swept out, Du Xiaofu's figure rippled in golden light and appeared in front of Qin Wudi in an instant. I'll kill you first, you little bastard. Qin Wudi stared at Du Xiaofu. His eyes were filled with killing intent. In his mind, as long as he killed Du Xiaofu, the Yinyang school, School of Agriculture, and School of Mo would retreat. At that time, the desolate country would be leaderless, and the crisis would be resolved. Moreover, this little bastard in front of him was about to grow his wings. He had to be killed. Chapter 1675. Boom! Qin Wudi immediately made his move. The previous exchange allowed him to know the strength of the kid in front of him. He was already using his full strength. As the most outstanding genius of the school of legalism, Qin Wudi was in control of all the supreme techniques and methods of the school of legalism. Countless mysterious runes surged out, connecting with the heaven and earth, drawing the power of the world from the divine realm for his own use. One had to admit that Qin Wudi was definitely a genius. 30 years ago, he was already unrivaled among his peers. He was one of the 3 strongest geniuses in thousands of years. He was incomparably powerful. Otherwise, how could he look down on his peers? Rumble, gathering the power of heaven and earth, Qin Wudi's body surged with divine light like a miracle. His nirvana realm cultivation swept out without holding back. In an instant, just as Qin Wudi opened his eyes, a shocking beam of light swept out like lightning. It was as if it could illuminate the void and see through the past and present. Starting from Qin Wudi's surroundings, ferocious beasts spread their wings and soared into the sky. There were dragon shadows and fierce tigers roaring. The heaven and earth collapsed, the void was sinking, and the mountains and rivers were surging. It turned into a shocking phenomenon of heaven and earth. It's legalism's law Dao power. Qin Wudi is using his full strength. Qin Wudi was already at a disadvantage before. Now he's going to use his full strength. Someone in the square below exclaimed. Zhou Xiaoluo, Mo Runan, and the others who couldn't find an opponent to attack were also shocked. Mo Runan and Zhou Xiaoluo didn't attack because they couldn't find an equal opponent. With their status, they disdained to attack ordinary people. Moreover, the desolate country, School of Yinyang, School of Mo, and School of Agriculture had the upper hand in the entire battlefield. With the protection of the life-saving talisman, there was no danger at all. The purple flame demonic phoenix also didn't attack. She watched the fight between Little Xingxing and Long San from the side. She came with the Phoenix clan. Her every action represented the choice of the Phoenix clan. She could help alone, but she needed to be careful in this kind of chaotic battle. More importantly, it seemed that she didn't need to attack. The desolate country didn't fall into a disadvantage and held the advantage. On the other hand, the woman with the surname Su, Big Lan, and Little Lan, who had been following Du Xiaofu all this while, had also joined the crowd that was attacking the school of legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal. In the distant void, Du Xiaojing hadn't made a move either. She had been watching the battle between Qin Wudi and Du Xiaofu. Her delicate hands were clenched into fists under her long sleeves. She was trembling inwardly as a divine light flashed in her eyes. In the sky, Qin Wudi exploded. Du Xiaofu was enveloped by the heaven and earth anomaly. The pressure was so powerful that it could crush everything. However, Du Xiaofu was not afraid. Both of his eyes were filled with purple lightning. His silhouette soared into the sky and leaped towards Qin Wudi. Even in the face of the heaven and earth, he was fearless. The heavenly Tao is far, but the human Tao is far. Qin Wudi shouted in a deep voice. His aura was incomparably majestic, as if he was looking down from above. The vision of heaven and earth instantly enveloped Du Xiaofu. When the last word was spoken, he waved his hand and turned it into a thunderous finger print that swept out. This finger was condensed from the Tao of legalism. It was a combination of the heaven and earth anomaly. The heaven and earth anomaly were boundless. Qi La, as the finger imprint flashed past, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Only the finger imprint was left. It was dazzling and blazing, and it carried with it a destructive force that seemed like it was formed by nature. Everywhere it passed, the void turned into nothingness, and cracks appeared in the space. This fingerprint was enough to make anyone who saw it tremble with fear, their hair standing on end. The terrifying pressure and energy caused all living beings to tremble in fear. Anyone who came in contact with it would most likely be annihilated on the spot. Du Xiaofu's body was covered with purple lightning. He stared at the finger of destruction. At this moment, there was no way he could avoid it. This finger condensed the heaven and earth anomaly. There was no way he could avoid it. Do you think you are the heavens? Break your grandmother's bear. With a thunderous shout, Du Xiaofu made his move. His figure continued to move as fast as lightning. He raised his arm and punched towards the finger. This was a direct confrontation, a forceful clash. In the next instant, the fingerprint swept into Du Xiaofu's fist and disappeared. Roar! Du Xiaofu's fist carried the sound of a dragon's roar and an elephant's cry. Accompanied by the power of thunder, it also heavily bombarded Qin Wudi's chest, who was also unable to dodge. Bang! Qin Wudi's chest exploded. The runes shattered. The heaven and earth anomaly trembled. A mouthful of blood immediately spilled out from his mouth. Bang bang bang, but at the same time, Du Xiaofu's right palm, starting from his palm all the way to his arm, suddenly shattered inch by inch, turning into a bloody mist. The sleeve of his battle robe turned into ashes, and his right arm turned into a bloody mist as well. Rock Chaos Shattering Claw. His right arm shattered inch by inch, but Du Xiaofu did not retreat. He was completely fearless. He stomped his feet and stabilized his body in the air. His black hair was scattered, and his eyes were suffused with a purple-gold color. He stared at Qin Wudi from a short distance and waved his left arm. Golden light overflowed, and a rock screeched. A claw grabbed at Qin Wudi from a short distance. That terrifying supreme beast energy caused the void to shatter. Courting death. Qin Wudi shouted and immediately reacted. He emitted an invincible aura as he coldly stared at Du Xiaofu. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. Carrying the heaven and earth anomaly, he directly punched towards Du Xiaofu's claw. Bang! The sudden collision was as fast as lightning. It emitted a resplendent light that illuminated the turbulent void. In that instant, the two individual surroundings collapsed, the radiance shattered, making all of the creatures who were fighting in the distant skies shiver inwardly, greatly affected. Ka! Qin Wudi's fist cracked under the claw, revealing blood. It was difficult to heal, and blood once again flowed out of his mouth. However, Du Xiaofu's claw once again crumbled inch by inch under Qin Wudi's heaven and earth momentum amidst the endless bang-bang sounds. It broke off at the shoulder and turned into a bloody mist. Dang! The void surged, and the two of them retreated at the same time. Jia, brat, you are no longer my opponent." Qin Wudi wiped the blood from his mouth. Although he was injured again, he was incomparably happy. Compared to that little bastard, his injuries were only minor. "What makes you think you can fight me again?" Qin Wudi's laughter was like thunder. That little bastard had lost both his arms, how could he fight him again? Both of his arms crumbled inch by inch. That was a heavy injury. Even if he had the chance to find those elixirs after leaving this place, it would be useless. His bones were shattered, and there was no way to recover them. Those legendary elixirs would not be able to recover. Not good. This scene caused many people to cry out in alarm. They saw that Du Xiaofu's arms were broken. He was seriously injured. Mo Runan, Zhou Xiaoluo, and the others frowned. Su Muxin, Qi Yeshi, Dai Xingyu, and the others who were in the midst of the fierce battle also frowned. "Brother," Du Xiaojing's eyes were trembling. Divine light surged in her eyes, and she was about to fly away. Suddenly, Du Xiaojing stopped and looked at Du Xiaofu's broken arms. She felt something, and strange purple electric arcs gushed out from there. "Is this all you've got?" Du Xiaofu spoke. Both of his arms were broken, but at this moment, there was a faint sneer on his face. Then, under countless horrified gazes, the bloody mist in the surroundings did not disperse, but gathered again. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, purple electric arcs rippled on Du Xiaofu's severed shoulders. Walala, then, under everyone's trembling gazes, Du Xiaofu's broken arms recovered perfectly. His bare arms were emitting a purple-gold color, and electric arcs were fluctuating. "How could this be?" someone exclaimed. Zhou Xiaoluo, Mo Runan, and the others were shocked. How could his broken arms recover like this? It was shocking. On the stone platform in the square, Moksha raised his head and looked at Du Xiaofu's recovered arms. Only he was not moved. Continue. After his broken arms recovered, Du Xiaofu did not stop. The thunder martial vein in his body was activated, and the qi of execution spread out. It was not austere, but it showed the majesty of creation. It showed the righteousness of heaven and earth. In the vast sky, it carried the power to punish all living things and directly pounced on Qin Wudi. In the midst of the shock, Qin Wudi attacked again. Dazzling runes gushed out, and violent energy poured out from his body. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, twisting the void of this side of the world as if he was controlling the world. Buzz! From high up in the sky, the vision of heaven and earth rotated, turning the world upside down and turning into a resplendent saber. The saber slashed the space with unparalleled power, and a terrifying power descended from the 9 heavens, directly slashing towards Du Xiaofu. Invincible great momentum slash! Qin Wudi shouted loudly. This slash was accompanied by a vision of heaven and earth. The space around the saber was filled with pitch-black cracks, revealing a heart-palpitating pitch-black light. It caused the sky to collapse and the void to explode, emitting a dazzling light. Invincible great momentum slash, this is Qin Wudi's invincible skill 30 years ago. It is enough to kill opponents of a higher realm and sweep away those of the same generation. No one can be his opponent. The old and middle-aged people in the crowd below could not help but exclaim in shock. Qin Wudi's invincible great momentum slash was enough to destroy everything. It revealed a terrifying power of heaven and earth. Chapter 1676. Swish! The blade aura fell and cut through the void, coming down directly from Du Xiaofu's shoulder. Boom! With a loud sound, Du Xiaofu's fist landed on Qin Wudi's chest. Purple gold lightning surged out from his fist and swept across the sky. The surrounding electric arcs scattered, and the purple gold electric arcs intertwined with each other. The power was unbelievable. Ka. Under the power of the life executioner, Qin Wudi's chest defense was shattered. His chest cracked, and blood gushed out. That was the blood of a sovereign. It was condensed and filled with astonishing power. White bones and flesh could be seen in the void. It was a shocking sight. However, Qin Wudi wasn't dead. He wouldn't be killed so easily. Blood gushed out from his mouth as he looked at Du Xiaofu with a cruel sneer. Under Qin Wudi's gaze, a saber light shot out from Du Xiaofu's body starting from his shoulder. He was cut open by the saber and then turned into a bloody mist under countless gazes. Bang bang, Du Xiaofu's body exploded, turning into a bloody mist in the void. At this moment, as Du Xiaofu activated his thunder martial vein, lightning began to fluctuate in Du Xiaojing's body. It was as if something was about to burst out. Divine light fluctuated, and his hair danced in the wind. At this moment, Du Xiaojing's blood was boiling. His internal organs, bones, muscles, and marrow seemed to be awakening and wanting to burst out. However, not many people noticed this. Kiki, you're still not dead. Little bastard, you're still not my opponent. Qin Wudi's hair was disheveled, and his chest was covered in blood. His anger was filled with malevolence and cruelty. His ear-piercing voice echoed in the void. You think you can kill me? At the same time as Qin Wudi's ear-piercing voice rang out, Du Xiaofu's voice rang out from within the blood mist that did not dissipate. Within the blood mist, a ray of light soared into the sky, and in an instant, purple electric arcs overflowed. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, and before Qi Yeshi, Su Muxin, and the others could even react, Du Xiaofu's figure condensed once again from the blood mist. In an instant, he turned into a bolt of purple lightning and directly charged at the terrified Qin Wudi. He fiercely punched out, hitting Qin Wudi's shattered chest. This was too sudden, causing Qin Wudi to be completely horrified. He didn't have time to react. However, Qin Wudi was not a weakling. In his shock, he instinctively dodged. Qi. It was just that Qin Wudi managed to avoid his chest, but Du Xiaofu's punch was too fast and landed on his shoulder. Boom! With a loud bang, the resplendent purple-gold lightning swept across the sky, and Qin Wudi was sent flying. Under the power of the execution of all lives, Qin Wudi's shoulder cracked, his bones broke, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. As the number one person of the previous generation of legalism, and even one of the three strongest people in tens of thousands of years, at this moment, Qin Wudi was sent flying in front of everyone's eyes. His hair was covered in purple-gold electric arcs, and electric arcs crackled on his body. This was the aftermath of Du Xiaofu's punch. Puchi, Qin Wudi vomited blood again. His injuries were already very serious, but what made Qin Wudi even more serious was the fear and shock in his heart. Staring at Du Xiaofu from afar, Qin Wudi felt as if he had seen a ghost. He was completely unable to accept the scene in front of him. In mid-air, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared. The purple robe on his body had been shattered by the blade, and could only barely cover his body. However, his body had recovered to its original state. It was sparkling and translucent with a purple-gold color, emitting an unparalleled feeling of power. Oh my God! What kind of body is this? It can't be killed. It was clearly shattered, but his body can recover again. This is too terrifying. Qin Wudi's invincible momentum / couldn't shatter his body. Is the Demon King Du Xiaofu still a human? The living beings in this square began to boil violently. Their eyes were trembling, and they were in disbelief. In the distant void, at this moment, Gongsun Wuji and Du Tingshuan's battle was not inferior to that of Du Xiaofu and Qin Wudi at all. Raging flames surged in the sky, and the flames swept across like lava. Lightning constantly exploded, and it was incomparably chaotic and intense. However, Du Xiaofu's shock attracted almost everyone's attention. At this moment, Gongsun Wuji, who was fighting with Du Tingxian in the distant sky, also saw the inconceivable scene on Du Xiaofu's body from the corner of his eyes. He was also shocked, and this shock even affected his strength greatly. This is impossible. It's definitely impossible. Qin Wudi shook his head. He was unwilling to believe what he had seen. He had clearly shattered the person, so how could he be unharmed in an instant? Are you in despair? With your strength, even if I don't fight back, you can't kill me. The number one person of legalism 30 years ago is really weak. Du Xiaofu soared into the sky and walked towards Qin Wudi step by step. In the void, Qin Wudi's thunder martial vein was covered in Qin Wudi's magic power, and he ran amok. Du Xiaofu's hatred for legalism couldn't be resolved. At this moment, he wanted to use the most powerful method to kill Qin Wudi. It was as if he wanted to destroy everything that legalism was proud of in front of everyone. Du Xiaofu wanted to take revenge for what legalism had done to him 100 times over. This was his anger, and also the price that legalism had to pay. No, there's no one in this world that can't be killed. It's just an evil technique. Qin Wudi said coldly with a sinister expression. He formed a seal with his hand and activated his vain spirit. Amidst the resplendent mysterious runes, a dark penetrating grass appeared. His vain spirit was a dark penetrating grass that came from legalism's elder Ming. In an instant, the dark penetrating grass was released. It could purify all evil and purify the world. A vast and mighty pressure permeated through the void. Vain spirit. As Du Xiaofu's cold voice fell, a silver-gold lightning arc shot out from between his eyebrows. In an instant, it released a violent and destructive pressure. A red-bone horse monkey roared and rushed out. A true supreme pressure suddenly descended. The red-bone horse monkey rushed out, bringing along silver-gold lightning that filled the sky. This was Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit, the red-bone horse monkey. It contained the vain spirit, 3 types of spiritual lightning, and the mysterious aura of the spiritual root. This kind of vain spirit, it was impossible to find a second one in this world. When the red-bone horse monkey appeared, it was accompanied by the supreme pressure. Countless silver-gold lightning filled the air and poured down in all directions, resplendent in the sky. Rumble, when the red-bone horse monkey appeared in the void, it suddenly shocked everyone. Thunder rumbled in all directions as if it was going to destroy the world. At this moment, Moksha's eyes also rippled. He was even more shocked than when he saw Du Xiaofu's immortal Xian body. Is that Du Xiaofu's vain spirit? The red-bone horse monkey, it seems to contain the aura of spiritual lightning. The gazes of the people in the square below were all trembling. A-oh! The red-bone horse monkey made its move. Amidst the lightning and thunder, it exploded with mysterious runes that directly traversed the void. The silver-gold lightning spread out, making people feel as if they were facing a true supreme that could not be resisted. Then, under everyone's stunned gazes, a shocking scene appeared in the sky. Qin Wudi activated the profound insight grass vein spirit, and the red-bone horse monkey directly stuffed it into its mouth and swallowed it. Then, it turned into a silver-gold lightning arc and disappeared between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows. How shocking was that? Pfff, Qin Wudi spat out blood again and again. His eyes were filled with horror. A terrifying power surged out from his body. Golden light overflowed and dragon roars sounded out. It turned into a giant golden dragon that was condensed from the imperial palace's dragon chi. A-oh! The golden dragon's shadow roared ferociously. It made people feel a majestic aura crushing down, wanting to make people crawl. This golden dragon's shadow had an indescribable pressure. It was connected to the 4 symbols and pulled in all directions, causing the Xian Qi in people to stagnate. When Qin Wudi was 5 years old, he concealed his identity and became the human emperor in the outside world. He obtained the imperial palace's dragon chi collected by legalism to nourish his body and forge the foundation of his soul. This is one of Qin Wudi's greatest reliance. An old man who understood Qin Wudi spoke. The imperial palace's dragon chi is gathered from the dragon veins. The monarch of the mortal world has the protection of the imperial palace's dragon Qi and can cultivate the emperor's law. Not to mention an existence like Qin Wudi. With the imperial palace's dragon Qi protecting him, he is like a tiger that has grown wings. On the square, an old man sighed. Even if it was the dragons, phoenixes, and the people of the 9 great clans, only the most talented people could truly obtain the imperial palace's dragon Qi. Ordinary disciples could only use the imperial palace's dragon Qi to temper themselves. As for Qin Wudi, he was an existence that directly obtained the imperial palace's dragon Qi. Moreover, he obtained the imperial palace's dragon Qi collected by legalism. The benefits could be imagined. Only an existence like Qin Wudi was worthy of the imperial palace's dragon Qi that legalism spent so much effort to collect. A.O. Qin Wudi activated the imperial palace's dragon Qi and turned it into a golden dragon. The dragon's roar shook the clouds and distorted the void. It seemed to contain the power of eternity. The momentum was earth-shattering as it swept towards Du Xiaofu. The terrifying imperial palace's dragon Qi made people feel uneasy. The imperial palace's dragon Qi carried the momentum of heaven and earth. It had nothing to do with one's strength. The misty imperial palace's dragon Qi surged with endless auspicious light. The terrifying golden dragon's roar rumbled as it covered the sky and shattered the void. In an instant, it suppressed Du Xiaofu. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu slightly raised his head and looked at the roaring golden dragon's shadow. He did not dodge or retreat. Instead, he advanced and strode forward. As Du Xiaofu strode forward, a golden light swept out from his body. A mysterious and mighty force swept through the surrounding space, making him incomparably domineering and looking down on all directions. Facing the imperial palace's dragon Qi, Du Xiaofu was not afraid. At this moment, Du Xiaofu inexplicably felt that he was not afraid of the golden dragon's shadow at all. Du Xiaofu clearly remembered that after comprehending the 8 trigrams diagram, that mysterious feeling appeared more and more obvious. Chapter 1677. Roar. In an instant, that ferocious golden dragon swept in front of Du Xiaofu. That ferocious dragon head was like a small star standing in front of Du Xiaofu. A terrifying aura swept in all directions and rushed into the sky. However, it was also at this moment that the ferocious and roaring golden dragon suddenly revealed a look of fear as it looked at Du Xiaofu. In the end, it actually prostrated itself before Du Xiaofu under the stunned gazes of everyone present. Du Xiaofu stepped into the air, crossing the void with a single step before landing on top of the golden dragon's head without moving an inch. Impact. Around Du Xiaofu's body, there was an indescribable mighty force that swept and spread out. This mighty force far surpassed the imperial palace's dragon Qi and came from the depths of heaven and earth. This mighty force's aura was sharper than that of a heaven's pride and gentler than that of a supreme being. But compared to a heaven's pride and a supreme being, its aura was not inferior at all. Heavens, what's going on? The gazes of the entire square trembled. The golden dragon formed by Qin Wudi's imperial palace's dragon Qi was actually crawling in front of Du Xiaofu at this moment. The imperial palace's dragon Qi gathered the power of heaven and earth. Not to mention mortals, even those with heavenly cultivation would be suppressed and have to revere it. Even the experts of the 9 great clans would not dare to be arrogant when facing those human emperors in the imperial palace. Only a supreme being could be compared to the imperial palace's dragon Qi. But a nirvana supreme being was not a true supreme being. It was just a nirvana supreme being. They were walking on the path of becoming a supreme being. For example, all kinds of dragons, mixed blood dragons, and even the current dragons. Although they were dragons, they were not true dragons. They were only walking on the path of true dragons and had the opportunity to transform into true dragons. Rumor has it that the imperial palace's dragon Qi is the most hierarchical. It comes from heaven and earth and is also controlled by heaven and earth. In front of gods, sages, and supreme beings, it will submit. Could it be that this demon king Du Xiaofu is a true supreme being? Or is he a god or a sage? In the square, many old people's eyes trembled as they recalled some ancient legends. A god descending is impossible, that's just a legend. It's also impossible for a sage. Rumor has it that after the 100 schools of thought, no more sages were born, and after so many years, only ancient 9 great clans remained. An old woman spoke while trembling. Supreme being, could be, Du Xiaofu is a true supreme being. Someone's eyes. Could it be that the demon was a true supreme being, a supreme being? Even Zhou Xiaolu, Mo, and Lian, Li, and of the. At this moment, Qin Wudi was even more shocked. He realized that the imperial palace's dragon qi that he had activated was completely suppressed by the terrifying qi on Du Xiaofu's body. Nirvanas, dragons dragon xiaos. Dragons of the dragon, Du. Swallow. There was a smile in Du Xiaofu's eyes. He opened his mouth and took a deep breath. The talisman runes in his mouth glowed brightly, and the densely packed hair on his body seemed to have come alive. Everything formed a huge devouring force, and directly devoured the imperial palace's dragon aura that covered the sky and earth into his body. Qin Wudi's face twitched. The dragon qi was collected by legalism for tens of thousands of years. It was much more valuable than a saint weapon. But he didn't expect that the dragon qi would be swallowed by Du Xiaofu. More importantly, he found that he couldn't even stop it. Little bastard, I'll never let you go. The cold yell was ear-piercing. Above Qin Wudi's head, 9 divine rings appeared. Unparalleled heavenly might surged, and divine light surged. Even the blood on his shoulder and chest were slowly recovering. Qin Wudi is also a Nirvana Grand Supreme Being. Someone exclaimed. However, after seeing several Nirvana Grand Supreme Beings, the living beings present were used to it and weren't too shocked. However, the living beings in the surroundings were all resisting the terrifying pressure with all their might. No wonder legalism gave up on the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. They have Qin Wudi, so they are naturally more at ease than the Demon King. Rumor has it that there's a hidden person in legalism who is protected by legalism. He's even regarded as the hope to surpass Qin Wudi. Among the crowd in the square, there were Taoist and Confucian old men whispering. Little bastard, Nirvana Grand Supreme Being. I stepped into it 25 years ago. You're still too young. Qin Wudi stepped into the air. At this moment, it was as if he was crossing time and space. 9 divine rings appeared in the sky, and the sound of the heavens resounded. It was like thousands of thunderbolts, clanging and shaking the 9 heavens. Golden light descended from the sky, and a mysterious force seeped out from the heavens and earth. In the end, it gathered and enveloped Qin Wudi's body, suppressing all living beings. He was a Nirvana Grand Supreme Being. Until now, legalism had been hiding, and no news had been leaked. It was all for the sake of waiting for the last opening of the divine domain. Qin Wudi had never thought that he would need to use the full strength of a Grand Supreme Being to deal with a junior, and this little bastard in front of him. However, at this moment, he knew that he could only use his full strength to kill this kid whose wings were gradually growing. Nirvana Grand Supreme Being, huh? Du Xiaofu looked at Qin Wudi, and 9 divine rings appeared in the sky above his head. Rumble, in an instant, the sound of the heavens resounded in the surrounding space. The terrifying pressure caused the world to rumble, as if countless heavenly drums were beating at the same time. It shook the hearts of all living beings, and they were all stunned. At this moment, everyone could clearly see that the 9 divine rings above Du Xiaofu's head were even more dazzling than the 9 divine rings above Qin Wudi's head. However, at this moment, when Du Xiaofu also used the power of a Grand Supreme Being, the pressure of 2 Grand Supreme Beings descended, and all the living beings in the square prostrated themselves in fear. Kill. Qin Wudi opened his eyes, and the divine light tore through the void. The two of them had already reached the final step, and their figures soared into the sky. Kill. Du Xiaofu shouted and soared into the sky. With a wave of his hand, a large amount of purple-gold lightning swept out. It was as if 10,000 thunders were roaring at the same time, clanging and shaking the 9 heavens. At this moment, the two of them used the power of a grand supreme being, causing the people below to be unable to take their eyes off of them. They were dazzled, and their minds were trembling. Heavenly Tao, human Tao, supreme Dharma idol. Qin Wudi punched out, and the heaven and earth trembled. It carried the power of a grand supreme being, and it could make the sky and earth spin. Du Xiaofu's incarnation, purple gold lightning wreaked havoc, and the power of a grand supreme being surged. It turned into a purple gold thunder rock that stood in the void. It flapped its wings and soared into the sky, causing the void to explode. Rumble, the sky rumbled, and the void sank. The huge purple gold thunder rock was shattered inch by inch in front of Qin Wudi. That terrifying power made the people below want to kneel down and worship it. However, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of Qin Wudi, and the purple gold claw grabbed Qin Wudi's right shoulder. He fiercely exerted force, and the power of a grand supreme being surged, destroying the defense and tearing off the shoulder. Immediately, a rain of blood spurted out. "Little bastard, die!" Qin Wudi shouted in a cold and ear-piercing voice. He spat out blood from his mouth, and his face was ferocious. In a flash, his right fist carried the power of a grand supreme being and directly smashed onto Du Xiaofu's head. Boom! This fist shook the 9 heavens, and it contained the power of a grand supreme being. Legalism's supreme secret technique was used. Qin Wudi would rather have one of his arms severed to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Du Xiaofu. And the reality was just as Qin Wudi expected. His full-strength attack shattered the space, and also shattered Du Xiaofu's head, turning Du Xiaofu's head into a mist of blood. "Jijia, you're still not dead. Little bastard, can you still live?" Inside the drama, Qin Wudi laughed with bright red blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. His broken arm was bleeding profusely. His smile was sinister and cruel as he loudly said, "Fourth sister, I killed your son. This is what you owe me, this is what you owe the school of legalism." Chi. Suddenly, a strange lotus flower spun out from Du Xiaofu's shattered head. On top of this strange lotus flower, a red-bone horse-ape appeared. Silver gold lightning overflowed, and a special rune light appeared in its eyes. This kind of rune light instantly made Qin Wudi's eyes turn sluggish. Then, under Qin Wudi's sluggish gaze, he saw Du Xiaofu's head, which was shattered by him, instantly recover in a flash. Purple gold lightning fluctuated, and it recovered to its original state. Du Xiaofu attacked at the same time, and his fist landed on Qin Wudi's right shoulder, who was still struggling sluggishly. Boom! The Grand Supreme Being's power erupted, and purple gold lightning bloomed. The overbearing aura was incomparable. Bang! In an instant, Qin Wudi's shoulder, which was still struggling, exploded. Du Xiaofu's fist directly exploded Qin Wudi's shoulder, and his arm exploded. His shoulder was badly mutilated, and white bones could be seen. His hair was dyed red with blood. "Ah!" Qin Wudi screamed. Finally, his eyes were no longer sluggish, but it was too late. He couldn't be like Du Xiaofu, whose body was indestructible. Both of his arms were severed, and blood flowed endlessly. The intense pain made Qin Wudi scream uncontrollably. The most important thing was the shock and despair in his heart. Even his head was shattered, but Du Xiaofu was still able to recover, as if he had an immortal body. How could he not be shocked? He had even reached the point of despair. "Legalism, you made my family unable to reunite, so I'll destroy your legalism." Du Xiaofu sneered. In the void, purple gold lightning bloomed, and sword light surged. The overbearing killing intent shocked everyone in the square. Whoosh! A purple gold lightning-like sword light, wrapped in the Grand Supreme Being's power, cut through the void, and slashed at Qin Wudi's knees. Swish! A peerless overbearing sword Qi was released, accompanied by the Grand Supreme Being's power. Torrential killing intent swept out, and Qin Wudi's knees were severed, and blood splattered across the void. Ah! Qin Wudi's miserable voice pierced through the void. It couldn't be covered by the muffled sound of thunder, causing everyone who heard it to tremble in fear. At this moment, both of Qin Wudi's arms and legs were severed, and blood flowed like water. He had turned into a bloody stick. Oh my God! Everyone in the square felt their blood run cold, and their eyes were lifeless. At this moment, they finally knew how the name of the ferocious Demon King came about. Now, are you in despair? Du Xiaofu held the purple gold heavenly fault in his hand. Purple gold lightning surged in his eyes as he stared at Qin Wudi, whose arms and legs were severed. His lips curled into a sinister smile, and his expression was cold. Chapter 1678. Qin Wudi's eyes were trembling with fear and despair. He was the #1 expert of the previous generation of legalism, a nirvana grand supremacy, an invincible existence that swept through his peers. However, this was the first time Qin Wudi felt such despair and fear. At this moment, not only was he terrified of Du Xiaofu's strength, but he was also in despair for the unkillable Demon King. Even if his head was shattered, it was useless. What else could he do? Wudi. Third uncle. At this moment, the disciples of legalism who were besieged also felt despair and fear. They could only watch as their invincible existence, a nirvana grand supremacy, Qin Wudi, was ravaged by Du Xiaofu and turned into a human stick. For the people of legalism, it was as if their hope was shattered and their last bit of pride was shattered. On the square, Kong Sansi, Su Yangzi, and the others, including Mo Runan and Zhou Xiaoluo, were all trembling violently. That ferocious man, even though he was so far away, made them feel uneasy at this moment. Little bastard, even if I die, I won't let you go. Just consider it a release. You can accompany me in death. Qin Wudi, an invincible and peerless man, was in a deranged state at this moment. At this moment, Qin Wudi had already collapsed. His body was swelling, blood was spilling out, and dazzling runes were blooming. Not good, Qin Wudi wants to self-destruct. Kong Sansi, Su Yangzi, and the others frowned. A peerless and invincible existence of a generation was actually going to self-destruct. If a Nirvana Realm Grand Supreme Nirvana Realm cultivator at the peak of Nirvana Realm were to explode at this moment, it would definitely not be a joke. It would be a destructive power. You want to self-destruct? It's too late. You should have self-destructed in the beginning. A faint voice resounded. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared beside Qin Wudi like a ghost with a ruthless smile on his face. Qin Wudi was shocked. He clearly saw Du Xiaofu's figure in front of him. From the corner of his eyes, he glanced at Du Xiaofu's position and saw an afterimage slowly disappearing. Qi La, several talisman runes formed a seal and landed on Qin Wudi's body in an instant. Du Xiaofu had directly sealed him away. The resplendent runes around Qin Wudi's body quietly extinguished, and his eyes were lifeless. Du Xiaofu was in the sky, and the heavenly palace of purple gold was restrained. He directly lifted Qin Wudi, and his figure traversed the void. He directly charged into the legalism formation like lightning. At this moment, the legalism's formation had long been broken apart by all sides. Many legalism disciples were killed one after another. The remaining legalism disciples were being besieged by all sides, and they were all fighting for their lives. Meridian souls, martial veins, spiritual cauldrons, talisman cauldrons, and other treasures flew about as their might tore through space. However, at this moment, the remaining disciples of legalism were unable to endure the attacks from all sides, and they cried out incessantly. Coupled with the fact that Qin Wudi had been ravaged, this was undoubtedly a huge blow to the legalism disciples who were fighting for their lives. Legalism, don't leave a single one alive. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared, and he carried Qin Wudi as if he was carrying a short stick. He charged into the midst of the legalism disciples and swung him around. Bang, 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 Du Xiaofu used Qin Wudi's body as a weapon, and he rampaged through, smashing the resplendent meridian souls and directly confronting the treasures. He shattered the void, and in an instant, several legalism elders were smashed into a bloody mist under their horrified gazes. One had to admit that Qin Wudi's nirvana physique was much stronger than ordinary magical treasures. Only Du Xiaofu would be able to destroy it like that. However, Qin Wudi's body was being used as a stick by Du Xiaofu, and he swept through everything in his way, destroying everything. The restricted Qin Wudi's hair was in a mess, and his mouth was dripping with blood. However, he was unable to move or resist. His eyes were filled with despair and resentment, but he was powerless to struggle. He couldn't even die. Du Xiaofu, the heavens won't let you off for being so vicious and savage. A legalism elder shouted in horror. His eyes were blood red, and it seemed as if they could spit out fire. Compared to your legalism, I'm vicious and savage. I'm afraid I can't even compare to your legalism. Du Xiaofu coldly shouted. His gaze was emotionless as he threw Qin Wudi in his hand like a sandbag. The old man from the legalism school who had spoken was only at the initial martial domain realm in the divine domain, so he was instantly crushed into meat paste. Du Xiaofu, no matter what, Qin Wudi is still your third uncle. You're disobeying your superiors and will suffer the wrath of the heavens. A legalism elder coldly shouted with resentment. When you treated me like that, weren't you afraid of the wrath of the heavens? When he wanted to kill me, weren't you afraid of the wrath of the heavens? If there's a wrath of the heavens, I'll go against it. Du Xiaofu's shout was like thunder. He swung Qin Wudi's body and smashed it fiercely, smashing that legalism elder into a bloody mist. The legalism disciples were already in a miserable state from being besieged. At this moment, with Du Xiaofu's sudden interruption, they were immediately no match for him. Their hearts and souls were already trembling. Run, quickly run. There were already people running away, but at this moment, they couldn't escape. Miserable screams rang out one after another as they suffered a bloody calamity. Xiao Jing, quickly attack and kill that demon king. Xiao Jing, you're a legalism person. You've been trained by legalism since you were young. Quickly attack. Some legalism elders cried out in grief. They thought of their last hope and looked towards Du Xiaojing, hoping that he would take action. At this moment, if there was still a chance to turn things around and someone could kill the demon king, Du Xiaofu, then these legalism elders were very clear that only Du Xiaojing would be able to turn the tide. Buzz, however, at this moment, when these legalism elders were shouting for Du Xiaofu, they discovered that not far away in the void, Du Xiaojing's body was covered in purple arcs of lightning. His entire body seemed to be wrapped in a purple thunderball. There was some kind of aura awakening, and they simply couldn't hear their words. Die! Du Xiaofu raised Qin Wudi in his hand and violently swung it. It was like a peerless vicious beast soaring through the sky. Immediately, these legalism elders were all smashed into meat paste and their bodies exploded. Savage, too savage. This guy is even more ferocious than before. He hates legalism, It seems like the rumors were not wrong. The legalism has angered him, so they must have done something crazy to him. The gazes from all sides of the square were trembling. The experts from the major powers and the beast races felt their blood run cold as they secretly took in breaths of cold air. What a pitiful Qin Wudi. Everyone looked at the demon king using Qin Wudi as a staff in the void, causing a bloody mist to scatter in all directions. Their hearts were also palpitating with fear. However, at this time, when the people from the major clans saw the thunder spike, dragon shadow phoenix whip, Buddha shadow beads, evil warding yin-yang chain, limitless glorious star spear, mystic radiance void sword, and Taihang mountain being activated by little tiger, Du Man, silver-winged demonic condor, Du Qing, ghost chariot, Yi Zijin, general, and the others. A large number of people from the school of legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal were feeling very complicated. There was also a hint of helplessness and a faint ache in their hearts. Whoosh! In the outside world, on the Chenhuang mainland, although there were still people being brought out by the life-saving talismans, the number of people brought out by the life-saving talismans was decreasing by the day. Whoosh whoosh, no one knew when it started, but many people were brought out by the life-saving talismans from the divine domain. They seemed to be people from the desolate nation, school of yin-yang, school of farmer, and school of Mo. Some sharp-eyed people immediately noticed that the people brought out by the life-saving talismans were all disciples from the desolate nation, school of yin-yang, school of farmer, and school of farmer. Humph. The people from the school of legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragon smiled. The people brought out by the life-saving talismans were all their enemies. On the other hand, there wasn't a single legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragons. This made the people from the school of legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragon clan speculate that perhaps the three great clans had set up a sure-kill situation. Right now, the people from the desolate country, school of yin-yang, and school of Mo were no match for them. That's strange. I remember that guy was brought out by the life-saving talisman once. Why is he out again? Soon after, some people realized that many of the disciples from the school of yin-yang and desolate nation who were brought out by the life-saving talismans had been brought out by the life-saving talismans before. There were even a few people who were brought out by the life-saving talismans just a while ago. The life-saving talismans could only be used once. Now that these people had appeared again, everyone couldn't help but be surprised and puzzled. The experts from the school of legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragons had also noticed this. The memories of these experts definitely wouldn't be wrong. Some of them had already been protected by the life-saving talismans once before. Now that they had appeared again, they couldn't help but be puzzled. And these people who were brought out by the life-saving talismans were the disciples from the school of Moism, desolate nation, and school of yin-yang, who had been killed in the supreme tomb square. Facing the school of legalism, school of yin-yang, and dragons, they fought back with all their might. Some people even chose to self-destruct after fighting with demonic beasts to the extreme. Therefore, those who were unlucky would also be killed. However, they had the life-saving talismans. As for the disciples from the school of legalism, school of yin-yang, dragons, and other demonic beasts, if they died, they would truly die. They were killed once again. Looking down, they said to the experts and elders of their respective families, "We're fine. Don't worry." With that, they continued to rush into the supreme tomb space without hesitation. The supreme tomb was about to open. They still had to rush into the supreme tomb. They didn't want to miss out on the greatest opportunity. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough time. As for the school of legalism, dragons, and school of vertical and horizontal, the disciples from the school of yin-yang, desolate nation, and school of vertical and horizontal didn't care at all. They knew that once those old fellows knew the truth, they wouldn't even be able to cry even if they wanted to. Legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, dragons, if you're secretly happy, then you'll have the time to cry. Du Hao's figure appeared on the Chenhuang mainland. He was killed by the self-destruction of two people from the legalism. Looking down at the school of legalism, dragons, and school of vertical and horizontal, he couldn't help but curse. Then, he directly rushed into the supreme tomb space. Chapter 1679. Little Bastard. Legalism. Some experts from the school of vertical and horizontal cursed, but there was nothing they could do. Du Hao had already returned to the divine dominion. There seems to be a situation. Old Man Di Pai, Old Monster Xing Hun, and Icy Ink looked at each other and exchanged glances. They seemed to have sensed that there was something going on. Just when everyone was puzzled, the divine dominion fluctuated. Ancient runes fluctuated and radiated brilliance. Finally, under the gazes of the crowd, a familiar figure appeared. A man with tattered clothes that could barely cover his body appeared in the sky. His hair was disheveled and he looked as though he had just crawled out from a beggar's nest. Swish swish, however, when this man appeared, the figures in the sky above the Chenhuang mainland all trembled as their gazes turned towards him. Because this man who looked disheveled was none other than Du Xiaofu. At this moment, although Du Xiaofu looked disheveled, purple gold lightning surged in his eyes when he opened and closed them. He was also holding a bloody thing with disheveled hair in his hand. It's Du Xiaofu. The Demon King has appeared again. Everyone exclaimed and subconsciously looked at the thing in Du Xiaofu's hand. It looks like a person, someone was puzzled. That bloody thing was obviously a person, but it was chopped into a human stick. How ruthless. This Du Xiaofu must have been done by the Demon King. The experts in the Chenhuang mainland clicked their tongues. When the people below saw it clearly, they gasped. Legalism, old fogies, do you know who he is? Du Xiaofu was in the sky with ancient runes wrapped around his body. He appeared on the Chenhuang mainland at the edge of the divine dominion and waved the Qin Wudi in his hand at the legalism people. It looks like all the legalism supporters felt their hearts tighten. Ever since Du Xiaofu appeared, they already had a bad premonition. Oh no, that's Wudi. He fell into Du Xiaofu's hands and had his limbs chopped off. Upon closer inspection, the legalism players immediately realized that the person in Du Xiaofu's hands was none other than Qin Wudi, whom they had almost failed to recognize. Invincible Qin, the invincible Qin from 30 years ago. Shua shua. At this moment, the gazes of many people on the Chenhuang mainland were trembling. Many old and weathered faces stared at Du Xiaofu's hand. Not many people in the younger generation knew of Qin Wudi's name, but many people from the older generation were very clear in their hearts. Back then, in order to find Qin Wudi, the various forces had secretly inquired about Qin Wudi and knew what kind of terrifying existence Qin Wudi was. Du Xiaofu, what are you trying to do? In an instant, many old people in the legalism camp shouted loudly. However, looking at Qin Wudi's current appearance, they began to feel uneasy in the depths of their hearts. They were afraid. This was the thing they feared the most, and the thing they didn't want to happen the most. Du Xiaofu looked at the twitching faces of the legalists. His lips curled into a faint sneer like a cat toying with a mouse. It was a form of mockery. He asked softly, "Are you afraid? Bastard, you'll come out one day. Brat, haven't you thought about the day you'll come out?" Li Qinfa, Qin Tianshi, and the others shouted. At this moment, their eyes suddenly changed color. Qin Wudi was the hope of legalism. He was an invincible genius. If he died, they couldn't afford to pay the price. Invincible Qin, great supreme nirvana, peak nirvana of true self, invincible. Is this what you legalism rely on to kill me in the divine domain? As Du Xiaofu's mocking voice fell, his expression suddenly turned gloomy, a chill gushed out, and killing intent shot out from his eyes. Legalism, this is your retribution, this is the price you have to pay. When his voice fell, the killing intent in Du Xiaofu's eyes overflowed. He clenched his fist, and the space in his palm was crushed. Qin Wudi's body, which was already in a daze, was instantly crushed. It crumbled inch by inch and turned into a rain of blood that sprinkled in the air. Walala, the Supreme Being's blood that filled the sky didn't scatter, instead turning into a resplendent bloody light. Qin Wudi, such a heavenly genius with an invincible demeanor, had his brilliance completely extinguished in this world. Don't. no, roars echoed one after another. Many elders of legalism cried out mournfully, heart-wrenching and lung-splitting, shaking the void. Is our school of legalism going to lose its momentum? That little bastard is so vicious, he wants to cut off my legalism's luck. When they saw Qin Wudi's body turning into a bloody mist, the eyes of legalism were already bloodshot. Many elders were trembling as they cried out in grief. A supreme nirvana expert, or a great supreme nirvana expert, legalism had always been hiding, hoping to gain the upper hand in this last divine domain, so as to prevent others from knowing the enemy as well as themselves. Even if Du Xiaofu appeared in legalism and a great supreme nirvana expert shocked the world, legalism still decided to learn the secrets from Du Xiaofu, even if it would cause Du Xiaofu's dissatisfaction. All of this was because legalism also had a great supreme nirvana expert, and their own great supreme nirvana expert was naturally the best choice. When Han Ningma was killed, legalism was already crying out in grief. However, legalism was still thinking that Qin Wudi was still inside, and Qin Wudi was the only hope to deal with Du Xiaofu. As long as Qin Wudi was here, legalism would not fall. But now, they could only watch as Qin Wudi was killed, and his divine soul was completely destroyed. In the end, the resentment and helplessness in Qin Wudi's eyes were extinguished, as if the fire of legalism was extinguished. A great supreme nirvana expert was condensed from legalism's luck. Legalism gave the best resources to Qin Wudi, and only then did it create such an invincible expert. Back then, Qin Wudi was almost unable to recover from the setback, but later on, he dodged a calamity, allowing these elders of legalism to breathe a sigh of relief. But now, Qin Wudi was killed in front of them. It was undoubtedly cutting off the luck of legalism in front of them. An invincible existence like Qin Wudi was the future and opportunity for legalism to prosper. It had to be said that Han Ningma's death caused the legalists' hearts to bleed and ache. But now that Qin Wudi was killed, that stinging pain was undoubtedly 1,000 times stronger than the injury. Puqi, some of the elders of legalism vomited blood and fainted on the spot. Puqi above the void, Qin Tianshi and Li Chunfa's mouths were also overflowing with blood. When they opened their eyes, the cold light was like lightning, able to tear apart the dome of heaven. Little bastard, I will let you die without a burial ground. Qin Tianshi roared. His aura soared and shook the clouds, surging and terrifying. Qin Wudi was Qin Tianshi's direct descendant, the hope of his Qin clan. At this moment, one could imagine the anger in Qin Tianshi's heart. But at this moment, Du Xiaofu's figure had already disappeared from the boundary of the divine domain. Sigh, everyone in the void sighed. Some were shocked, and some were overwhelmed with shock. But at this moment, no one said anything. Everyone could hear the anger in Qin Tianshi's heart. If they were to provoke Qin Tianshi now, Qin Tianshi and Li Chunfa would probably go crazy. They were just worried that they couldn't find a chance to vent their anger. When the time comes, they would fight to the death. Although some of the experts present weren't afraid of Qin Tianshi and Li Chunfa, they still didn't want to start a fight to the death. How did that brat have the strength to kill Qin Wudi? How did he become so strong? Dragons, in the unhindered clan, there were people who were puzzled. Then, they all faintly felt a sense of uneasiness. In the Supreme Tomb Square, the scene of Du Xiaofu killing Qin Wudi was also clearly seen by everyone. It was just that they couldn't see the outside world. He can see the outside world. Unbelievable. He seems to have fallen behind and taken out a life-saving talisman. It should be related to the life-saving talisman. Kong Sansi, Su Yangzi, and the others spoke in surprise. Du Xiaofu looked at the void. At this moment, the legalism, unhindered clan, and dragons lineup had been suppressed to the point where they couldn't even raise their heads. They were almost being slaughtered. Slightly raising his head, Du Xiaofu looked at the void in front of him. His drunkard father and Gongsun Wuji had also reached the final stage of their battle. The two of them activated their supreme strength at the same time. Both of them had 9 dazzling divine rings, representing that they were Nirvana Realm Grand Supremes. Oh my god, 2 Nirvana Realm Grand Supremes. This is a battle between a group of Supremes. Du Tingxian is also a Grand Supremes. Both father and son are Grand Supremes. How shocking is that? Wrong. That little dragon girl seems to be Du Xiaofu's daughter. They are 3 generations of Grand Supremes. Oh my god, if that's the case, the number of Nirvana Realm Grand Supremes in the desolate country is already a group. Du Tingxian and Gongsun Wuji's battle had reached a stalemate, which caused endless exclamations from all directions. You are also a Nirvana Realm Grand Supremes. Gongsun Wuji's eyes were filled with astonishment. He had not expected Du Tingxian to be a Nirvana Realm Grand Supremes as well. Qin Wudi's death had greatly affected Gongsun Wuji's state of mind. The surrounding disciples from the school of vertical and horizontal were dying one after another, but Gongsun Wuji was unable to interfere at all. He couldn't even take down Du Tingxian, which caused him to gradually lose his composure and become somewhat crazy. Kill. Gongsun Wuji held a treasure in his hand. It was a treasured sword that had reached the level of a saint artifact. With a slash of the sword, it tore through the void. The treasured sword's hilt was inlaid with blue-colored glass. The sword's body was scarlet red, and lava flowed out of it. Its power was overwhelming. You are not the only Nirvana Realm Grand Supremes. Du Tingxian continued his battle. He held a long spear that was covered with lightning. It was as if a divine dragon had been born. The power of the long spear was even stronger than the treasured sword in Gongsun Wuji's hand. Lightning rumbled as he waved the spear. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. Lightning and electric arcs exploded, and the void was already boiling. The heavenly sound rumbled, and the destructive power made people's hearts palpitate and their souls tremble. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. He was a little surprised by the strength of his drunkard father's Nirvana Realm Grand Supremes and Nirvana Realm Grand Supremes. Du Xiaofu was not surprised by Gongsun Wuji's Nirvana Realm Grand Supremes. Listening to the discussions around him, Gongsun Wuji and Qin Wudi's talents were equally peerless. With the support of the school of vertical and horizontal, Gongsun Wuji was naturally not inferior to Qin Wudi. Then, Du Xiaofu looked at little Xingxing and Long San. Ao, the dragon's roar did not stop. The 2 huge dragons were fighting in the sea of clouds, and the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Chapter 1680. Long San's black dragon body roared. Black runes soared into the sky, looking ferocious and terrifying. All kinds of secret techniques of the dragon clan could be used by the true dragon beast, causing the void to continuously crack and recover. Little Xingxing's body was obviously more powerful at this moment. It gathered all kinds of beast energy, star energy, the aura of the purple-flamed demonic phoenix, the aura of the golden-winged great peng, and several other means. Golden flames covered its dragon scales. It flapped its wings and burned the void, causing the void to shatter. The battle between the 2 dragons caused the void to collapse. The 2 huge dragon bodies were blurry in the chaotic void, but they had a common characteristic. There were dazzling runes on their bodies, releasing a powerful aura that was mysterious and powerful. It had to be said that Long San was indeed very powerful. As a descendant of true dragons, his physique was tough, and his means were powerful. He was a Nirvana sovereign, which meant that he was one of the best among all living beings. However, little Xingxing was obviously more overbearing. It also brought along a kind of absolute mystery and a terrifying aura. It was able to suppress Long San to the point that his strength was greatly reduced. That kind of aura made all beasts feel uneasy. It also made the bloodline of dragons feel a terrifying suppression from the bloodline and dragon soul. Dragon soul heavenly roar. Black dragon mixed in the world. Long San was pushed to the end. He went all out and used his ultimate move. The more he fought, the more frightened he became. Black Tortoise Fury. Azure Dragon Soul. Little Xingxing retaliated. Its roar was as loud as thunder. Its beast energy suppressed the heavens and the earth. A large area of the void was completely shattered by the dragon roar and the huge shadow. It's too powerful, too terrifying. The people on the square below looked at each other in dismay. Not to mention Du Xiaofu and Qin Wudi, not to mention Gongsun Wuji and Du Tingxian, even the battle between Little Xingxing and Long San made them feel a little creeped out. I feel that I'm not a match for him. On the square, Kong Sansi said with a trembling voice. He felt that he was inferior. At this moment, it wasn't just Kong Sansi. Many experts were secretly comparing in their hearts and were terrified. In the void above, Du Tingxian, Gongsun Wuji, Du Xiaofu, Little Xingxing, Long San, Du Xiaoyao, Hui Dragon King, and even Qin Wudi, who had just been killed, Hui Dragon King, Sky Wolf, Sky Demon, and the others. If they were to fight with them, they would definitely not be a match. At this moment, the strongest experts of the same generation. Nirvana realm. Nirvana sovereigns who were weaker could not interfere. This was a true sovereign's battle. Du Xiaofu asked around for a while and was no longer worried about Little Star. In the void far away from the square, Du Xiaoyao and the Sea Serpent King were still fighting. The huge Redbone Horse Monkey and the Sea Serpent King were also fighting to the point where the heavens and earth were collapsing. Du Xiaoyao had the body of the Redbone Horse Monkey, a greater Nirvana realm sovereign. She had also stepped into the Nirvana realm, but it seemed that she had just stepped into it. The Mirage Dragon King was a lesser Nirvana realm sovereign, but it had already stepped into the half-step Nirvana realm sovereign Nirvana realm. However, it could not gain any advantage in front of Du Xiaoyao. The Redbone Horse Monkey and the Mirage Dragon King fought further and further away, until the end of the square was collapsing. Heavenly Wolf Mo Tianxiao transformed into his original form. He was only 100 feet long, much smaller than the other beasts. However, a shocking light burst out from his body, and he turned into a giant wolf covered in green light. He was covered in vigorous scales, and 6 divine halos surrounded him. The lesser sovereign's aura swept across the sky. The heavenly wolf is really terrifying. Looking at the heavenly wolf's body, many people in the square were secretly trembling. Some beasts whose bloodlines were already extraordinary cried out in surprise. The celestial wolf was definitely one of the supreme beasts among beasts. It was the pinnacle bloodline of the wolf race. Dongli Qingqing was fighting against Lonesome Sky Wolf. Green light shone from her body, swallowing vitality and sweeping through the void. 7 divine rings appeared above her head. That was the nirvana of profound meanings. Although her physical strength was only equal to Lonesome Sky Wolf's, it was hard to tell who would win. But when Dongli Qingqing's godlike power awakened and she summoned the Taiqing demon subduing Bao, everything changed. Boom! The Taiqing demon subduing Bao rumbled, and the mysterious runes on the talismans flickered. Mist rose into the sky, and a dazzling green light spread out like the sun. The terrifying aura was like the awakening of an ancient demon god from a deep slumber. The Bao was pulled back, and beams of energy arrows were released. Whoosh whoosh. Numerous energy arrows shot out, and wherever they passed, the space directly collapsed. They pierced through the void, and they could devour life force and corrode runes. Ow! The celestial wolf roared. Green light surged, but it could only dodge. It didn't dare to fight head-on, afraid of the energy arrows. However, although Dongli Qingqing could suppress the celestial wolf with the Taiqing demon subduing Bao, it was impossible for her to completely deal with the celestial wolf for the time being. Jialo Jueyu, Jialo Kaling, Qi Yeshi, and Su Muxin surrounded Yelu Han. Although there were 4 supreme beasts, Qi Yeshi, Su Muxin, Jialo Jueyu, and Jialo Kaling were only nirvanic nirvanas. The four of them surrounded Yelu Han, but they couldn't gain any advantage. Yelu Han's eyes opened and closed, as if they contained two seas of blood. Terrifying light shot out, and a majestic sea of baleful aura appeared around him. It was filled with runes, and it shone with light. This was Yelu Han's sea of baleful aura vein soul. He was an earth vein soul, and his baleful aura had turned corporeal and could devour everything. Everyone below was secretly shocked. Yelu Han was absolutely terrifying. Compared to Qin Wudi and Gongsun Wuji, he wasn't much weaker. Qi Yeshi and the other supreme beasts couldn't gain any advantage. However, Yelu Han was firmly trapped in front of Qi Yeshi and the other supreme beasts. Even escaping was a problem, and he couldn't gain any advantage. Leave the celestial wolf to me. Baleful aura filled the sky, and in the violent battle of void energy, Du Xiaofu appeared in front of Qi Yeshi, Su Muxin, Jialo Jueyu, and Jialo Kaling. Du Xiaofu's hair was a mess. The purple battle robe on his body could only barely cover his body. His exposed skin was suffused with a purple-gold light. However, the invisible aura was still incomparably overbearing, adding a berserk savagery to it. Seeing Du Xiaofu, Qi Yeshi, Jialo Kaling, Su Muxin, and Jialo Jueyu retreated without hesitation. They glanced at the battlefield, then immediately pounced on the most difficult primordial beast descendants to deal with. Many of the primordial beast descendants that followed the Hui Dragon King had reached the Greater Domain Realm, and even more of them were at the Sealed Domain Realm. Although the desolate country had Xingfen, Donghu, Qi Dragon, Du Yunlong, Dai Xingyu, Yi Piaoling, and the rest of the 18 celestial generals. However, the large group of primordial beast descendants was undoubtedly much more difficult to deal with than the dying house of Zhonghen. Kill, Jialo Jueyu and Jialo Kaling's enormous golden-winged great rocks soared into the sky. Along with Jialo Juekong, Jialo Jueo, and the others, they immediately suppressed many primordial beast descendants. Qi Yeshi and Su Muxin descended together and forcibly suppressed two ferocious sealed domain realm primordial beast descendants. At this moment, Yelu Han's face was ashen, and his blood-red eyes were trembling. Facing Du Xiaofu, even his spirit was trembling. Yelu Han had seen the scene of Du Xiaofu ravaging and killing Qin Wudi out of the corner of his eye. He also believed that although he was strong, he was still a little weaker than Qin Wudi of the legalism sect. Du Xiaofu, I have nothing to do with the house of Zhonghen. Let's mind our own business and not have anything to do with each other in the future. How about it? The Sky Fiend said. He didn't want to fight with Du Xiaofu. This guy actually compromised. Fire Cloud Evil God raised his head and looked at the Sky Fiend. He seemed to be familiar with the Sky Fiend, so he was a bit surprised. The Sky Fiend had directly compromised. This didn't seem like Yelu Han's temperament. He was clearly afraid of the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. We haven't settled our old accounts yet. If you add a new one, do you think I'll let you off? Du Xiaofu faintly smiled, but the curve of his lips made Yelu Han's heart palpitate for no reason. Du Xiaofu, don't go too far. Yelu Han shouted, his eyes cold and his face ashen. A sea of baleful aura surged around him. If you're afraid, then it's because I'm going too far. Don't forget, you're the one who provoked me time and time again. Du Xiaofu still smiled faintly. Step by step, he crossed the void and walked towards Yelu Han. He didn't fear the baleful aura at all. Du Xiaofu had already fought with the Sky Fiend before. However, he was only at the Nirvana realm. He hadn't reached the Nirvana realm. I'll fight you to the death. Yelu Han shouted. The sea of baleful aura surged around him. The billowing baleful aura and supreme power transformed into lightning that swept towards Du Xiaofu. Scatter. Du Xiaofu wasn't afraid. He waved his hand and purple lightning covered his body, scattering the baleful aura around him. Activating his immortal Xian body, he didn't fear the baleful aura entering his body. But at this moment, the sky fiend Yellow Han's figure had already disappeared. He didn't want to fight Du Xiaofu to the death. Instead, he wanted to use this opportunity to escape. Previously, when he was surrounded by Qi Yeshi, Jialo Jueyu, and the other two, Yellow Han didn't even have a chance to escape. His surroundings were sealed and the void was frozen. Now, he finally found an opportunity. He didn't want to fight with Du Xiaofu. He knew he wasn't his match and he didn't want to fall into his trap. The sky fiend's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the distant void of the vast square. Yellow Han revealed a faint smile and immediately fled. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the sky wolf. Not good. But at this moment, the sky fiend Yellow Han seemed to sense something. The smile on his face froze and his eyes trembled fiercely. You want to escape? You don't seem fast enough. But at this moment, golden light seeped out of the void. Large swaths of the void twisted and solidified. The golden talisman runes began to fluctuate. In the next instant, that familiar figure appeared in front of the sky fiend Yellow Han. The smile on his face didn't even change. Everyone, check to see if there are any fresh flowers left. You can give them to others. If you give them to little you, you'll be even more grateful. Anyway, don't waste them. Even if little you can't write that many chapters this month, he'll remember to write next month. Chapter 1681. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's illusory golden wings were shining brightly. Tian Sha's speed wasn't something Du Xiaofu could compare with. Du Xiaofu, you've gone too far. In an instant, Tian Sha used his baleful aura as a foundation to activate his martial veins, connecting heaven and earth. It turned into a baleful aura broadsword and slashed at Du Xiaofu. I'm not the same as before, and you haven't improved at all. Du Xiaofu smiled. His white teeth shone with a cold light. He stretched out his palm, and his supreme being power surged. It wrapped around the purple gold lightning and directly grabbed the baleful aura broadsword. The baleful aura broadsword shattered inch by inch, turning into a wave of baleful aura that swept out. Bang! At the same time, Du Xiaofu's left fist punched Tian Sha's chest. Puff! Tian Sha spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was dark red and filled with a terrifying aura. However, the blood he spat out instantly turned into a blood-red python. Its tongue was scarlet, and its eyes were terrifying. It bit at Du Xiaofu. Swish! Du Xiaofu's rock chaos-shattering claw slashed out. Amidst the thunder and lightning, a golden light burst out. It carried the domineering will of the golden-winged rock clan and directly crushed the blood-red python into pieces. The aftershock of the claw landed on Tian Sha's right shoulder. It tore through his defense and tore through his flesh. Under that invincible and terrifying force, the heaven emanation's right shoulder was exposed, and he screamed in pain. Du Xiaofu, I'll fight you to the death. Tian Sha roared. The sea of blood in his eyes churned. This time, he really wanted to go all out. His baleful aura surged, and his supreme being power swept out. It turned into a whirlpool of baleful aura that crazily pressed against Du Xiaofu. Screech! The purple gold thunder rock phantasm appeared around Du Xiaofu. Its mighty and overbearing aura swept out. Its entire body was covered with dense purple gold electric arcs. As it rapidly twisted, it finally gathered into a huge purple gold thunderbolt. It flapped its wings and overturned the evil aura waves that swept out from the Tian Sha. Walala, the purple gold thunder rock flapped its wings and unleashed a series of purple gold thunder devastations onto the heaven emanation's body. Pucci, the terrifying purple gold thunderbolt that covered the sky and the earth struck down, causing the Tian Sha's defense to explode. His physical body cracked, and he spat out blood continuously. Chi La. In the blink of an eye, a pair of illusory claws under the purple-gold thunder rock's abdomen exploded with purple-gold lightning arcs. The lightning arcs wreaked havoc in the sky. The lightning arcs were tens of thousands of feet long, as if there was a purple-gold sun in the sky. Ka, a claw mark tore the space apart, and the space around the Heaven Sha was instantly torn apart. The violent destructive energy destroyed the sea of baleful aura around the Heaven Sha, causing waves of violent baleful aura to surge. Boom! Boom! Du Xiaofu's figure swooped down from the purple-gold thunder rock's shadow and appeared behind the Heaven Sha. His fist, which was covered with thunder martial veins, was like a purple-gold thunder ball as it heavily landed on the Heaven Sha's back. The purple-gold thunderbolt was filled with killing intent, and its aura was like that of a thunder sovereign. Rumble. With a dull sound, the Heaven Sha's body was covered with purple lightning arcs. He staggered forward and spat out blood once again. However, at this moment, a bloody hole appeared on Yelu Han's back. Blood dripped from the hole, revealing the dark red bones. It was a shocking sight. The Heaven Sha's body fell forward. Yelu Han's eyes were filled with horror. He borrowed the momentum to escape, not willing to miss any opportunity. After all, Yelu Han didn't want to die. No one was willing to die. Facing the terrifying Demon King, even the unkillable Demon King, Yelu Han felt fear in his heart. He had no intention to fight, only fear. You can't escape. The rock soar's 10,000 miles speed was practically crushed by the Heaven Sha. Du Xiaofu's figure followed him like a shadow. He reached out with one hand and, with the momentum of a dive, swiftly grabbed Tian Sha's leg and threw him over his shoulder. Peng peng, the pitiful Tian Sha was lifted up by one leg by Du Xiaofu and smashed into a mountain below like an impact cannon. The mountain was smashed into pieces, and the entire mountain was on the verge of collapsing amidst the rumbling sounds. It was a sight to behold. Goo! This scene caused the fire cloud evil god to inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. He felt pain for the Heaven Sha and couldn't help but rejoice that he didn't provoke the terrifying Demon King. Du Xiaofu's figure rushed into the midst of the flying rocks. He reached out with his claw and grabbed the dispirited Heaven Sha, who was violently vomiting blood. Like a snake, Du Xiaofu threw him back and forth several times, causing the surrounding mountains to shake and the ground to crack. Puff puff. This kind of abuse caused Yelu Han to continuously vomit blood. In the end, he was restrained by Du Xiaofu without hesitation. The pitiful Heaven Sha, Yelu Han, whose battle strength was enough to rank in the top 10 of the entire divine domain, had been sealed for a very long time and had deliberately not broken through. At this moment, he was being held in Du Xiaofu's hand like a little chick. Too savage. Seeing this scene, Kong Sansi, Su Yangzi, Zhou Xiaoluo, Mo Runan, and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at the savage Demon King from afar, they also felt a sense of dread. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu raised his head from the collapsed mountain as if he had seen something. Lightning surged out of his hand and wrapped around Yelu Han's body. Then, he ruthlessly threw Yelu Han away like a bomb. Aoo! The Sky Wolf roared as it dodged Dongli Qingqing's attacks. Suddenly, before the Sky Wolf could react, a humanoid figure broke through the air and ruthlessly slammed into its body. Bang bang! This collision caused both the Sky Wolf and the Sky Fiend to vomit blood at the same time. A terrifying purple thunderbolt with destructive and violent energy spread out from the Sky Wolf's body, turning into resplendent lightning runes that swept out like a tsunami. Swish swish swish, at the same time, Dongli Qingqing shot 3 arrows in succession, piercing through the void. The Sky Wolf dodged the first arrow and blocked the second, but the third arrow pierced through its defenses and landed on its butt. The energy arrow spread out with green runes, devouring its life force. Aoo! The Sky Wolf howled miserably, its angry eyes emitting a cold light. What are you howling for? Du Xiaofu's figure appeared like a ghost. His fist carried the roar of a dragon and the cry of an elephant. Wrapped in the supreme power of 9 divine rings, it smashed into the Sky Wolf's malevolent head with unparalleled tyranny. Aoo, the heavenly wolf lonely sky howl spat out a mouthful of blood, but Du Xiaofu's terrifying punch only managed to destroy the supreme power above his head and severely injure him. This showed that the Sky Wolf was not simple. It was even more powerful than the Heaven Shah. The Sky Wolf erupted with all its might, or else it knew that it could not escape this calamity. The green light on its body suddenly surged, turning into a green river that swept out in all directions. The runes were incomparably blazing, causing the surrounding void to be filled with green runes and mysterious runes. Sky Wolf howls at the moon. The Sky Wolf raised its head and roared. Dazzling green light spewed out from its mouth, causing the void to rumble. Suddenly, there seemed to be a green moon descending from above the void. It was filled with a vast aura, as if there were countless ferocious giant wolf phantoms jumping around. In an instant, the surrounding void was drowned out. The terrifying power made people tremble in fear. Many demonic beast souls were frightened and wanted to crawl. This is the ultimate killing technique of the Sky Wolf clan. Someone below said, his eyes filled with shock. Under that terrifying killing technique, the void trembled, and the space rippled. The energy was so intense that it made people's souls tremble. Du Xiaofu's golden-winged giant rock phantom flapped its wings. Golden light swept across everything, destroying the space and scattering the green light around. It was simple and direct. However, by the time Du Xiaofu appeared, the heavenly wolf had already disappeared from the chaotic void without a trace. Whoosh, Du Xiaofu looked into the distance. At the end of the horizon, there was a green light flashing through the sky like lightning, disappearing in an instant. The Sky Wolf clan has a secret escape technique. He escaped. Dongli Qingqing went to Du Xiaofu's side and looked in the direction where the Sky Wolf had escaped. She was also helpless. She couldn't completely deal with the Sky Wolf lonely sky howl. Du Xiaofu glanced at the battlefield. He didn't intend to chase after the Sky Wolf. He waved his hand and handed the heavenly demon Yelu Han, who had just hit the Sky Wolf, to Dongli Qingqing. Then, he disappeared on the spot. At the moment, the battle between Du Xiaoyao and the Sea Serpent Dragon was in full swing. Roar! Du Xiaoyao's redbone horse monkey roared and hissed. Her energy was full of vitality and she communicated with the world. There was a kind of origin energy from the world in the flashing lightning and rumbling thunder. Endless dazzling light burst out and bombarded the Sea Serpent Dragon King. Roar! The Sea Serpent Dragon King resisted with all its strength. Its half-step nirvana realm cultivation and the power of a lesser sovereign could only resist Du Xiaoyao's attacks. Many reverse scales on the Sea Serpent Dragon King's huge body were quietly shattered by Du Xiaoyao's punches. Du Xiaoyao flew across the sky. Her golden body was like an indestructible diamond. She wasn't afraid of the Sea Serpent Dragon King's counterattack. She shattered a large number of bright dragon runes. The broken runes were like a rain of light that fell from the sky. It was dreamy and illusory. Boom! Du Xiaoyao flew across the sky and grabbed many reverse scales on the Sea Serpent Dragon's back. Suppress! At the same time, Du Xiaoyao's redbone horse monkey body turned into a golden five-fingered mountain and appeared. The five-fingered mountain wasn't illusory. It was real. The golden runes on its body were evolving. Boom! The five-fingered mountain made the space tremble. At this moment, the mountains around the square were also rumbling and the ground was shaking. Chapter 1682. Dense spiritual energy spread out from the peak of the five-finger mountain, connecting with the energy of heaven and earth. Terrifying power spread out like a long rainbow. Golden talismans and mysterious patterns were released, crushing and suppressing all things in the world. A supreme being had descended. Pucci, under this suppression, the dragon scales on the sea serpent king's body shattered. The 6 divine fires on its body also dimmed. At the same time, it spat out dragon blood. Aoo aoo, in the distant void, Long San's black dragon body roared. Large patches of dragon scales on his body shattered. His supreme dragon blood sprayed in the air but did not dissipate. Soon after, he disappeared from the world. At this moment, Long San's appearance was very miserable. Even one of his dragon horns had been broken, and there were traces of scorching on his body. On the other hand, the little starry mutant dragon spread its wings and settled down. Its body was sparkling and translucent, wrapped in golden flames and filled with all kinds of energy. Little Xingxing's physical body was so strong that it seemed to be on par with Du Xiaofu, who could not be killed. Even when he fought with Long San, he did not leave a single mark on his body. On the other hand, Long San's black dragon body was already riddled with wounds. Blood was seeping out of his body. He appeared to be in a very miserable state. His physical body had been completely ravaged. Not only did Little Star suppress Long San with the nirvana of a greater supreme over a lesser supreme, but it also had a mysterious aura of dragons that suppressed Long San. And Little Star was only at the nirvana level. If the two of them were at the same level, Long San would probably be ravaged miserably. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of Little Xingxing. Looking at Long San in front of him, there was a purple-gold light fluctuating in his eyes. "Father, give me a little more time and I'll be able to destroy this mixed-blood dragon." Little Star's dragon eyes burned with golden flames. The third eye between his eyebrows shot out divine light that could make people's primordial spirits tremble. The power of a supreme being surged, suppressing Long San. Long San was fighting for a long time and was still being suppressed by the mutated dragon. That invisible pressure was greatly suppressing him. That kind of suppression made it feel as if it was facing an ancestral soul. Just as it was feeling apprehensive, Dragon 3 saw Du Xiaofu appear, and its black dragon eyes became even more unsightly. Dragon marks fluctuated, and black runes surged. Du Xiaofu looked at Long San, who had an ugly expression, and smiled coldly. He said to Little Xingxing, "It's not bad to leave this mixed-blood dragon alive to eat. Be careful when you kill it. Leave the corpse intact." "Alright, it's been a long time since I've had roasted dragon meat." At the thought of eating, Little Xingxing's saliva almost flowed out. Roar! Hearing Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing's unbridled words, Long San was enraged. His black eyes seemed like they were about to shoot out black divine flames. His huge black dragon body stretched across the void, and the terrifying dragon might on his body made the world roar. "Du Xiaofu, little dragon, do you really think you can do anything to me? Dream on. The victor is still uncertain." When the ferocious dragon roar fell, a dazzling object appeared between Long San's eyebrows. It was like a miniature horned dragon, emitting dazzling light. It was accompanied by a dragon roar and a supreme aura that filled the void. It was a dragon horn that looked like a deer's antler. It was vigorous and boundless, and the mysterious dragon marks on it were dazzling. It carried a dragon's might with it. A true dragon horn. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes. It was a true dragon horn. He had obtained one from Long Si, Long Qi, and Long Ba. This was a second one that was almost identical. But from the shape, Du Xiaofu could see that this true dragon horn should be a pair with the one he had placed in the purple lightning profound cauldron to suppress it. It came from the same true dragon. A true dragon horn, the treasure of dragons. It was really fought by dragons. When the true dragon horn appeared, Zhou Xiaoluo, who was far away, was shocked. Kong Sansi, Su Yangzi, and Mo Runan were also shocked. A true dragon horn was the true treasure of dragons. It could be seen that the dragons attached great importance to the divine dominion. They seemed to be determined to obtain it and wanted to suppress the other heroes. "You can't do anything to me." As Long San roared, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. His black dragon scales were dazzling, and he spat out a mouthful of dragon blood. Whoosh! The dragon blood turned into a dazzling light. Like a young dragon soaring into the sky, it directly plunged into the dazzling true dragon horn. Suddenly, the true dragon horn became even more dazzling. The mysterious runes on it flickered with dazzling light. The energy of heaven and earth gathered and filled the air with a terrifying might. The dazzling light caused the world to tremble. The terrifying aura that spread out from the true dragon horn made the surrounding demonic beasts tremble. It was much more terrifying than the heavenly wolf's aura. Suddenly, a huge golden dragon phantom of an unknown length appeared on the true dragon's horn, enveloping Long San's huge black dragon body. Roar! A dragon's roar filled the sky. The dragon's aura spread out and suppressed the world. The aura was terrifying. At this moment, under the terrifying aura, Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. The power of the true dragon's horn that Long San used was far more terrifying than the true dragon's horn used by Long Si and the others. It was almost at the level of Nirvana Transcendence Realm. It was at the level of half-step Nirvana Transcendence Realm. "Kiki, die for me." Long San, who was shrouded by the giant dragon phantom, shouted fiercely. The supreme power in his body surged, and along with the power of the true dragon horn, it swept towards Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing. Roar! The huge dragon phantom covered the sky, and a terrifying energy swept across the sky above the array. It quietly spread out with a huge pressure, as if it was causing the world to tremble. It was shocking. Bang, 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 that terrifying energy was accompanied by a mysterious power that caused the void to shatter inch by inch. The surroundings were torn apart by pitch-black spatial cracks. Mixed blood dragon. Little Xingxing attacked, and a deep light suddenly shot out from his back. It turned into the black tortoise divine shell, and an extremely dense pressure spread out. In an instant, the entire sky trembled and rumbled. "Come! Little Xingxing!" Little Xingxing shouted, and golden light shot out from his eyes. A dazzling ink-black rune light spread out from the black tortoise divine shell, and an illusory beast phantom roared like a dragon as it soared into the sky. The beast phantom was completely black and dazzling. The turtle and snake intertwined as if they were alive, and a huge pressure descended. The black tortoise divine shell filled the sky as if it was alive, and it directly enveloped the huge golden dragon phantom. A majestic power spread out, and even the space was distorted. Spatial ripples spread out in all directions. The terrifying energy emitted from the black tortoise divine shell caused spatial cracks to appear in the surrounding void. The aura was that of a supreme being. Then, a strange scene appeared. The huge golden dragon phantom immediately revealed fear as it faced the black tortoise divine shell that was flying towards it. The phantom's body trembled as if it did not dare to move forward. It was an instinctive deep fear. Walala, the black tortoise's divine shell unfurled in midair like a canopy in the sky. As the shadow of the tortoise and snake fell, the shadow of the golden dragon began to crack and dissipate. It shattered and finally revealed the brilliant horn of the true dragon. The true dragon's horn was enveloped by the black tortoise divine shell. Then, under the ink-black light, the black tortoise divine shell shrunk and wrapped around it. The dazzling light was covered, and it was quietly taken away. No, this is impossible, Long San still had not recovered from his shock. He roared loudly and unwillingly. His black dragon eyes were lifeless, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing. Logically speaking, no one in the divine dominion would be able to do anything to the dragon clan's greatest treasure, the horn of the true dragon that he had activated. However, at this moment, it had been taken away by the mutant dragon's shell. Roar! Little Xingxing's huge body appeared. Golden flames were burning in his eyes, and he carried all kinds of terrifying pressure. He pierced through the void like an arrow and directly collided with Long San. At this moment, that huge body was an invincible and terrifying attack to little Xingxing. On the huge golden dragon's body, a terrifying aura spread out in a ring shape. Everywhere it passed, the space would suddenly shatter. It pierced through the void and violently collided with Long San's black dragon body. Bang 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 bang, the muffled sound was like thunder. Long San's huge body could not withstand such a collision. It was as if his physical body was about to be shattered. The surrounding void was exploding. His dragon tail violently flipped and destroyed everything. Roar 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 roar, Long San screamed miserably. When Twinkle Star collided with him, the black dragon scales at the point of collision began to crack. Everything turned into dazzling black light and shattered runes that rippled outwards. Puff, some of the dragon scales shattered. Long San's ferocious mouth immediately spat out dragon blood. Especially at the point of collision, it was dripping with blood. Little Xingxing's main body flapped its wings and surging flames covered the sky. Long San's head was bleeding from the collision. His dragon scales were broken and his flesh was badly mangled. However, his dragon body was not damaged at all. It was shining brightly and a terrifying aura of a true dragon was released. That terrifying aura made Long San's dragon soul palpitate. It was a feeling that came from the depths of his dragon soul and bloodline that could not be resisted. Continue. Little Xingxing shouted. His dragon body was smaller than Long San's black dragon body. However, at this moment, he was incomparably valiant. His huge tail flipped and broke through the void. It was unknown when the enlarged black tortoise divine shell was outlined on his huge tail. Like a stone, he ruthlessly smashed Long San's back. Buzz, the black tortoise divine shell was like one of the hardest divine objects in the world. When little Xingxing smashed it, it was like a meteorite had crashed down. The dragon scales on Long San's black dragon back exploded inch by inch. His flesh was badly mangled, dragon blood splattered, and his dragon tail and head were flipped. Roar roar, Long San howled miserably. His voice was mournful and frightening. It made people feel a chill down their spines. That little dragon girl must be Du Xiaofu's biological daughter. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so savage. At this moment, Kong Sansi, Su Yangzi, and the others in the void all clicked their tongues. That huge and strange divine shell fell on Long San's back like a meteor. Even though they were watching from afar, they still felt a sense of fear and pain. Chapter 1683. Amidst Long San's miserable wails, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared. A cold smile appeared on his face, and a supreme pressure spread out from his palm. The roars of dragons and tigers, as well as the roars of lions and phoenixes, could be heard. A terrifying aura erupted as Du Xiaofu's palm was covered with a mystical seal. A golden-winged rock phantom emerged, shining with golden light and flickering with silver-yellow lightning. When the phantom of the golden-winged rock descended, a monstrous pressure that all beasts were unable to resist spread out. Under such pressure, the beast souls of countless demon beasts trembled violently. The shrieking Long San was instantly filled with fear. That frightening pressure caused even his dragon soul to tremble. His entire body trembled. He was actually completely suppressed. Blood Soul Seal. Bang! Du Xiaofu's palm landed directly on Long San's ferocious head. Amidst the roars of dragons, phoenixes, lions, and tigers, Du Xiaofu's palm imprint transformed into a mass of golden light and ferociously smashed down. Du Xiaofu didn't want to use the beast controlling technique, but directly used the Blood Soul Seal to deal with Long San. With Long San's cultivation and strength, it was obviously not easy for him to forcefully set up a beast controlling technique. It was also not suitable for him to do so at this moment. However, if he used the Blood Soul Seal as an attack, he would be able to suppress the demonic beasts. Pucci, the attack of the Blood Soul Seal was more aimed at the soul. Long San's eyes instantly turned dull and he spat out blood. Boom! Bang! Du Xiaofu struck again. His aura swept out, causing the void to ripple. His tall and straight body was covered with rolling pressure. His fist fiercely landed on Long San's ferocious dragon head. There was a burst of lightning and a supreme pressure that swept out. Bang, 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 in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, Du Xiaofu ruthlessly punched several times in succession, each of his punches cracking the space between Long San's eyebrows. Rumble. In the midst of the lightning, Du Xiaofu's every punch made Long San's body shrink inch by inch. The black dragon scales on its body cracked and became dim. Roar. When Long San's eyes were no longer lifeless and he was screaming, his huge body was crushed by Du Xiaofu's attack and turned into a snake that was dozens of feet long. Then, he was caught in Du Xiaofu's hand like a huge python, and he didn't even have the chance to self-detonate. Long San is finished. The descendants of the dragons that entered the divine domain have all been killed. Su Yangzi, Mo Runan, and the others clicked their tongues inwardly. Long San was probably done for. With Du Xiaofu's character, it was unlikely that he would spare Long San. On the stone platform in the plaza, Moksha and Jialo Jumi raised their heads to look at Du Xiaofu, their eyes flashing with lightning. Jiang Chen stood quietly, gazing at Du Xiaofu in the air. His jet-black eyes glowed with arrogance and depth, but they were also mesmerizing. Bastard, that bastard is too cunning. He actually escaped from me. In the distance, Du Xiaoyao transformed into his human form and clutched half of a dragon's horn. The horn was forked like a deer's and was clearly different from Long Xi's true dragon horn. It had been plucked from the Sea Serpent King's head. Du Xiaoyao also clutched a handful of red mane, the red mane that grew from the Sea Serpent King's neck to its back. Just now, Du Xiaoyao had suppressed the Sea Serpent King, but in the end, the Sea Serpent King spat out a dazzling array of talisman runes that enveloped the sky and transformed into countless phantoms and visions. Then, the Sea Serpent King escaped from Du Xiaoyao's suppression. Damned bastard, don't fall into my hands again. Du Xiaoyao was depressed and a bit frantic. He'd lost face by letting the Sea Serpent King escape. Rumor has it that the Sea Serpent King has incredible talent. The dragon breath it spits out can transform into all kinds of phantoms, causing different creatures to fall into different illusions and affect their primordial spirits. Du Xiaoyao was too careless. In the distance, Zhou Xiaoluo smiled faintly. Dad, it's about time. Little Xingxing's true form vanished and she transformed into a harmless little girl. She scanned the surroundings and smiled innocently. Du Xiaofu lifted Long San, who was on the verge of death, and looked up into the sky. At the moment, the most intense battle was between his drunkard father and Gongsun Wuji. Qi Yeshi, Su Muxin, Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling, Jialo Jueyu, Jialo Kailing, the disciples of the Du family, and Zhen Qingchun were slaughtering everyone on the battlefield. The school of vertical and horizontal, legalism, dragons, and the ancient demon beasts were almost completely wiped out. The battle was coming to an end, and all that was left was to wrap things up. The remaining disciples of the school of legalism and the disciples of the school of vertical and horizontal were only struggling in fear. The battle between Du Tingxian and Gongsun Wuji in the sky above the battlefield that had caused space to become chaotic and the earth to shatter. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the battlefield. Du Tingxuan's dazzling spear was like a dragon emerging from the world. His lightning figure gave off a sense of destructive power. Kill! Du Tingxian launched a ferocious attack. His eyes were like two seas of lightning, and his hair fluttered behind him like surging electric arcs. With the support of the Grand Sovereign's strength, the power that rippled from his body made the surrounding space tremble for no reason. Kill! Gongsun Wuji bellowed. Endless flames gushed out from his body like an erupting volcano, shrouding the surroundings. The sword intent in his hand cut through the void and engaged in a fierce battle with Du Tingxian. The battle between the two gave off a feeling that they were evenly matched. What a terrifying attack! It seems like they are evenly matched. Gongsun Wuji's pulse soul is a spiritual volcano that can devour the power of volcanoes to strengthen itself. How terrifying! Du Tingxuan's pulse soul seems to have not been used yet. I wonder what it is. Everyone in the square below spoke. They were shocked to see the battle between Du Tingxian and Gongsun Wuji. Gongsun Wuji has reached the pinnacle of the nirvana realm of the true self, while Du Tingxian has only broken through to the nirvana realm of the true self in the divine dominion. If they are at the same level, Du Tingxian should be more powerful. Moreover, Du Tingxian seems to have not used his pulse soul yet. Someone pondered. At such a level of battle, any slight difference could be infinitely magnified and even become a fatal blow. They are both very strong. I'm afraid there are not many people present who can contend with such combat strength. Someone spoke in shock. At this moment, the battle between Du Tingxian and Gongsun Wuji made it difficult for them to calm down. The creatures present were all geniuses of the world and had always had their own pride. However, at this moment, when they saw the battle between Du Tingxian and Gongsun Wuji, their eyes were filled with shock and their hearts were trembling. There were also creatures who were watching the battle with surging emotions. Their eyes were filled with divine light. Such a battle between supreme beings could bring them good fortune. The sword light pierced the sky and the lightning spear swept across the sky. The speed of the battle in the void was as fast as lightning, causing the space to explode and the void to collapse. Rumble, flames swept across the sky and collided with the lightning. There was a mist rising as if stars were colliding. Countless meteorites streaked across the sky. Du Xiaofu was also watching closely. Gongsun Wuji's cultivation and strength were not inferior to Qin Wudi's. Even the sword in Gongsun Wuji's hand was extraordinary. It was a true saint weapon. However, looking at the situation, Du Xiaofu knew that his drunkard father was fighting head-on. That was the battle between Gongsun Wuji and his drunkard father. Du Xiaofu did not intend to interfere. The grudge between them was related to more than 20 years ago. They needed to resolve it themselves. Du Xiaofu also believed that his drunkard father could resolve it himself. The two fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The void sank. Under the gazes of many people, the final moment finally came. Kill! Gongsun Wuji was extraordinary. The lava around him surged like a ferocious fire beast. Endless volcanoes erupted, and a blazing aura surged. The sword qi in his hand was like a rainbow. The mysterious runes on the talisman burst forth. The supreme power swept out and gathered into a supreme attack. Chapter 1684. This attack was too terrifying. It was Gongsun Wuji's all-out attack. Blazing flames surged like a tsunami, sweeping across the sky and earth. Dazzling flame runes surged. Below the void, the mountain peak far away from the square was also collapsing. Bang, 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 large amounts of mountain peaks exploded and turned into ashes. Then, they were covered by rolling lava. Heaven and earth were collapsing, and the void was collapsing. This scene was too terrifying. At this moment, Gongsun Wuji's figure was hidden in the surging lava. It was as if he had turned into a giant. His eyes were like a blazing sea of fire, burning faintly. Blazing runes intertwined with each other. It was indescribably terrifying. The sword in his hand also unleashed countless sword rays. Whoosh, 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 the sword rays swept across the sky along with the lava. Every sword ray was monstrous, piercing through the universe and slicing through space. Countless sword rays intertwined and slashed towards Du Tingxian. It was a dense and terrifying sword rain. Countless sword rays filled with runes intertwined and shrouded the void. It contained a terrifying profundity and might, and also contained a kind of sword Tao. It was a strange and spectacular sight, and even more terrifying. The sword rays swept across, and the lava surged like waves. It filled the universe and destroyed the world. It's too terrifying. Gongsun Wuji's strength is too terrifying. He's even stronger than Qin Wudi. The faces of the people watching the battle from the square below and in the void started to turn pale. Quite a number of Nirvana stage sovereigns involuntarily tensed their bodies. As they watched from afar, they could also sense an incomparably vast and terrifying destructive attack that could not be blocked. At this moment, even Du Xiaofu was a little nervous. Gongsun Wuji's attack was too powerful. However, Du Xiaofu wasn't worried. They were connected by blood. He couldn't feel any disorder or haste from his drunkard father. Du Xiaofu also didn't feel any fear or panic from his drunkard father's lightning eyes. Instead, he felt a kind of determination and sharpness in his drunkard father's eyes. Du Xiaofu could also feel that Du Tingxuan's thunder martial vein, which belonged to the Du family, was starting to boil. What's next must be drunkard dad's strongest attack. Du Xiaofu stared at the void in front of him. His eyes flickered and glowed. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's hand seals condensed, and a large number of ancient runes seeped out from his body. Like a rain of light, they sprinkled in the surroundings and filled the vast space, causing the space to change quietly. Bastard, that little bastard is too hateful. That little bastard is ruining the fortune of legalism. He must be killed. Above the Chenhuang mainland, below the divine domain, within the legalism troops entrenched on the mountain peaks and in the void, those legalism experts and elders were still mourning over Qin Wudi's death. They were all burning with anger and heartbroken. Gong Sunhua, Long Teng, and the other experts from the House of Dragons and House of Heng were not far away. At this moment, their faces were solemn. They felt vaguely uneasy and worried that something might happen. Whoosh whoosh, in the divine domain, there were also disciples from the desolate nation, Mo family, and Yin Yang school who were sent out by the protective talismans. However, they continued to enter the divine domain. What happened in there? An elder from the House of Heng could not stand the uneasiness and worry. He shouted at the disciples from the desolate nation, Mo family, and Yin Yang school. The disciples from the Mo family and Yin Yang school were fine and ignored the people from the House of Heng. Old man, come in if you dare. I'll kill you. However, the disciples from the desolate nation were different, especially those from the Du family in Heavenly Beast Hall. They raised their middle fingers and did not show any mercy to the elders from the House of Heng before entering the divine domain. Little bastard. The elders from the House of Heng were so angry that their faces turned red. They shouted in anger, but there was nothing they could do. Whoosh whoosh, suddenly, there was a fluctuation in the void. Under the gazes of the people from the Chenhuang mainland, a large patch of the void was revealed in the divine domain. Above the void, there were strange scenes of lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. Boom, there were waves of rocks and sword radiance intertwining with each other. The supreme force swept across. Even though they were separated by the void, the experts on the Chenhuang mainland could still feel the terrifying destructive power. That's Gongsun Wuji from my family. He's the one who attacked. Even though the violent attacks had drowned Gongsun Wuji's figure, the people from the House of Heng immediately recognized him. It was Gongsun Wuji from the House of Heng who attacked. What a terrifying aura. That should be Gongsun Wuji from the House of Heng. I can't believe he's so powerful. Gongsun Wuji is also a Nirvana realm Grand Supreme. 30 years ago, he was known as the strongest genius in the world in thousands of years. He's at the pinnacle of Nirvana realm. Gongsun Wuji is indeed powerful. In an instant, many people from the various major factions in the Chenhuang mainland recognized Gongsun Wuji. Although the powerful attacks had drowned everything, there were many top experts who recognized the House of Heng and Heng's techniques and guessed Gongsun Wuji's identity. In an instant, the entire place was in an uproar. The one fighting Gongsun Wuji seems to be Du Tingxian. Du Tingxian is indeed a Nirvana realm Grand Supreme. He's fighting Gongsun Wuji. The experts from the surrounding immediately realized that the one fighting Gongsun Wuji was Du Tingxian. He was the terrifying person who had crippled his own cultivation and entered the divine domain to recultivate. Can Du Tingxian resist Gongsun Wuji? Gongsun Wuji's strength should be at the limit of the divine domain. Can Du Tingxian resist? Gongsun Wuji has the heavenly fire tower. That's the treasure of the House of Heng and Heng. All the experts on the Chenhuang continent were moved. At that moment, Gongsun Wuji's terrifying attack swept through the air like a tidal wave, viciously crushing Du Tingxian. Clang 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 clang, countless sword radiances intertwined and exploded. The talisman sword radiances attacked Du Tingxian endlessly, causing many people to gasp. However, at this moment, bright lightning talisman runes rushed out from Du Tingxian's body. The lightning arcs were so dazzling that no one could look directly at them. Only the top experts could see that the endless sword radiances had swept through Du Tingxian. Amidst the sparks and electric arcs, they didn't really hurt Du Tingxian. How can Du Tingxian's defense be so strong? The elders from the House of Heng and Heng were shocked. They couldn't believe that Gongsun Wuji's sword radiances had been blocked. Even if others didn't know, the elders from the House of Heng and Heng knew very well that Gongsun Wuji's swordsmanship had already reached the perfection realm. That level of swordsmanship was already unparalleled. In addition, Gongsun Wuji's all-out attack contained the power of a great sovereign and the endless techniques of the House of Heng and Heng and Heng. It was enough to destroy everything. It could be said that no one in the same generation could match Gongsun Wuji's current attack. Whoosh whoosh, the endless sword radiances attacked, but they were all blocked. Du Tingxian's dazzling lightning arcs were withstanding the sword radiances. Du Tingxian blocked it. At this moment, whether it was the square in front of the tomb of the Supreme Being or the Chenhuang mainland, there were people exclaiming in shock. Du Tingxian had blocked the terrifying sword radiances. Rumble rumble, the earth-shattering rock flows were like the eruption of a volcano. Destruction engulfed Du Tingxian's body with terrifying power. The scene was horrifying, as if it was going to burn everything in the world. However, Du Tingxian stood in the void. His body was majestic and motionless, like the Emperor of Thunder. Whoosh whoosh, when the rolling rock flows engulfed Du Tingxian's body, they strangely scattered to the sides. Everyone was shocked. Everything was too unbelievable. Sword-slashing art. Gongsun Wuji's shout was like thunder. Amidst the roaring rock flows, his last sword radiance slashed down. This sword slashed through the void. It contained the power of a great sovereign, accompanied by a vision of heaven and earth. The sword radiance was boundless, and the heat was suffused with mist. Du Tingxian moved. He raised his left arm and went up. As the lightning exploded, Du Tingxian's lightning palm, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, caught the sword in the blink of an eye. The sword radiance shattered, revealing Gongsun Wuji's heavenly flame tower. The sword's body was trembling, as if it was under immense pressure. At this moment, the dazzling lightning radiance on Du Tingxian's body dissipated, revealing his true body. However, at this moment, Du Tingxian's body was covered by a resplendent lightning armor. This lightning armor was filled with lightning and had a misty aura lingering around it. It was tightly attached to Du Tingxian's body. Du Tingxian's palm was also covered with the lightning armor. He grabbed Gongsun Wuji's heavenly flame tower with one hand. Lightning exploded within the armor and wrapped around Gongsun Wuji's heavenly flame tower. At this moment, Gongsun Wuji's figure was half revealed from the rock flows behind him. His expression changed. He was shocked and unwilling to accept this. This is impossible. Impossible, Gongsun Wuji bellowed. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and madness. Terrifying energy swept out. Blazing runes shone brightly as he activated the heavenly flame tower in his hand with all his might. However, a scene that shocked Gongsun Wuji happened. He could no longer move the heavenly flame tower in his hand. Du Tingxian raised his head. His lightning radiance eyes were extremely sharp. Killing intent surged out as the dazzling lightning spear in his hand swept out. At this moment, the lightning runes, supremacy force, and the power of the Du family's lightning martial vein intertwined together to form a spear. It swept out towards Gongsun Wuji. Boom! The moment this spear appeared, the wind and clouds changed. The void trembled, and heaven and earth lost their color. There was a strange phenomenon in the sky. His speed was too fast, and Du Tingxian had long since been prepared. His spear pierced through the air, piercing straight into Gongsun Wuji's forehead. The dazzling lightning spear pierced through Gongsun Wuji's forehead. Blood spurted out from the back of his head. Blood spurted high into the sky, accompanied by electric arcs. Pfff, Gongsun Wuji spat out a mouthful of blood onto Du Tingxuan's armor. His body then staggered back a few steps. He opened his palm and weakly let go of the heavenly flame tower in his hand. At this moment, Gongsun Wuji's eyes were a little dazed. There was a complicated expression of confusion and unwillingness. I didn't kill you because you wanted to kill me. I respect your infatuation with Ao Tong. At this moment, Du Tingxian looked at Gongsun Wuji in front of him and said slowly, I killed you because you wanted to touch my son. Whoever touches my son, I will kill them. Do you understand? As soon as he finished speaking, his voice spread throughout the divine domain and the Chenhuang mainland. Buzz, as soon as he finished speaking, Du Tingxian waved his hand and pulled the long lightning spear out from Gongsun Wuji's forehead. Electric arcs sizzled as blood flew high into the air. The sovereign blood turned into a rain of blood, and light poured down from the sky. Around the square in the divine domain and in the void of the Chenhuang mainland, countless people were dumbfounded. They felt a chill down their spines. No, no, don't. Bang bang. Accompanied by the heart-wrenching cries of the elders from the school of vertical and horizontal, Gongsun Wuji's body cracked from his forehead. Lightning exploded and turned into a rain of blood. His soul was shattered and turned into ashes. Gongsun Wuji was completely dead. Du Tingxian, the school of vertical and horizontal will destroy your entire Du family. Gongsun Huo roared angrily. His eyes were like fire. His words were filled with killing intent. When they landed in the ears of the surrounding people, it was like a gust of cold wind. The killing intent was bone-chilling. Everyone could hear that Gongsun Huo of the school of vertical and horizontal was thoroughly enraged. Gongsun Wuji's death was a price the school of vertical and horizontal could not bear. It was equivalent to destroying the fortunes of the entire school of vertical and horizontal. It was enough to cause the school of vertical and horizontal to decline for thousands of years. Are you afraid? As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in the void again. This time, he appeared beside Du Tingxian. At this moment, the Demon King father and son stood together, ancient runes rippling in the void around them. Du Xiaofu, that's enough. Let go of Long San and we can talk. Du Xiaofu, let's talk. All of a sudden, from the dragon race's formation, numerous terrified shouts rang out. The black dragon that Du Xiaofu had captured in his hand made all the members of the dragon race tremble in fear, their dragon souls uneasy. That was Long San. How could the members of the dragon clan not recognize him? They trembled in fear. Long San was the hope of the dragon's clan. He was a Nirvana supreme. Given Long San's cultivation base and the fact that he had the horn of a true dragon on him, none of these powerful beings of the dragon race could imagine how Long San had been captured. But no matter what, all the Dragon's clan elites knew that Long San could not die even if Long Si, Long Wu, and the others were dead. The Dragon's clan could not bear such a price. It's Long San. He's also been captured by Du Xiaofu. Many beast men on the Qianhuang mainland exclaimed in shock as they recognized Long San. Why didn't you think of talking when you wanted to kill me? I've said it before. Those who provoke me will have to pay the price. As soon as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, he slapped the space between Long San's eyebrows with his hand. The lightning was destroyed, and Long San's dragon soul was directly shattered. The pupils of Long San's black dragon body constricted. In the end, he shut his eyes in horror. Bastard! I, the Dragon's clan, will fight to the death with your Du clan. Long Ting roared. The dragon shadows around him were deafening. Voila! But at this moment, the ancient runes fluctuated in the void above. Du Tingxian and Du Xiaofu gradually disappeared. We must kill that little bastard. We must kill that pair of father and son. We will fight to the death. Seeing the father and son disappear, the elders from the school of vertical and horizontal, Dragon's clan, and Legalism clan all shouted angrily. Their eyes were trembling and bloodshot. They're all dead. They're all dead, how could this be? Has our luck really come to an end? Pucci, some elders from the school of vertical and horizontal, Legalism, and Dragon's clan were also vomiting blood. Many elders from the school of Legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and Dragon's clan had bloodshot eyes. Their bodies were trembling and their eyes were tearing up. They could not bear such a price. Huff, huff, all the experts on the Qianhuang mainland sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were still trembling. They were unable to regain their senses for a long time. The school of vertical and horizontal, Legalism, and Dragon's clan have completely lost this time. Not only have they lost, they should have been completely wiped out. After thousands of years of nurturing, generations of selection, and countless resources, they were all killed by Du Tingxian and Du Xiaofu. With such a huge loss, it's normal for the school of Legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and Dragon's clan to vomit blood. This old man has lived for thousands of years. This is the first time I've seen such a powerful and cruel father and son. Some elders and demonic beast experts were discussing in low voices. Even they were lamenting. Du Tingxuan's armor seems to have come from that terrifying existence. And that lightning spear. If I'm not wrong, it might be the inheritance of that terrifying existence. Du Tingxian really did obtain it. Then, some of the top experts in the world began to talk about Du Tingxuan's lightning armor and lightning spear. In the Divine Dominion, the living beings around the Supreme Tomb Square looked at the sky and trembled violently. In the void, the middle-aged man in the lightning armor was too shocking. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.